on supply will now come to order. We're meeting today to consider the estimates of the Department of Fisheries and Aquaculture as outlined in Resolution E9, which reads, resolved that a sum not exceeding $19,493,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect to the Department of Fisheries and Aquaculture pursuant to the estimates. So with that, the Honorable Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture, you have 1 hour for your opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It's a great pleasure that I get an opportunity to talk about the great work that our department is doing in fisheries and aquaculture in the province of Nova Scotia. I want to start off by indicating, I talk about this often, probably people get tired of hearing it from me, but it's so important. Fisheries in the province of Nova Scotia, including our wild catch and our aquaculture activities, are the #1 exporter in Nova Scotia. And they represent over 39% of the total exports. That's something we all should be proud of in the province. As so many people in all of our constituencies are involved in the fishery, either directly or indirectly. And when I took the portfolio in 2013, we were at 974 million. Tremendous amount of support the previous premier had done when we worked in Asia, all over Asia, to open up new markets. I've got a fantastic marketing team. I've got a fantastic team in both departments that really care and are dedicated to the industry. And the industry itself is incredible to work with. We've forged new partnerships with them. And indeed, we are partners with the industry, and that makes all the difference. We listen to the concerns. Sometimes we don't agree. Most of the time we come to an understanding, and that's just as good as agreeing, and sometimes better, because it means that we're listening and working together to help Nova Scotia's economy grow. Even in the last year with COVID, we did very well in the fishing industry exports. The year before, we did 2.3 billion, which led the country in exports of fish. We are the #1 leading exporter of fish products in the country. And we were #3 in 2013. So I'm so proud of the industry, so proud of our staff and the great work that the whole team is doing. And it's a team effort. Everybody comes up with new ideas and concepts, which we embrace, which we want to move forward to make sure that Nova Scotia gets the best return we possibly can on the investments we put forward in marketing and product development. We're looking at more and more value-added products. Again, that brings more money home. I've talked many times of every export dollar that we can bring into the province, the equivalent to $7 in our economy. And when you look at the industries that I represent, fisheries, aquaculture, and agriculture, we are by far the biggest employer in the province. When you take into consideration all the direct jobs and indirect jobs and service industry, it is the biggest business in the province. In so many years, agriculture and fisheries and aquaculture were looked at as, well, not really good careers. Today, it's an incredible career. Opportunities are all kinds of people to work in the industry at all different levels. We have in some of our industries PhDs working for the businesses themselves. People that have accounting degrees, biologists, marine biologists, and the list goes on and on and on. Managers, accountants, the list goes on. It's a very solid and long-term career opportunities for people. We started a scholarship program 2 years ago for fisheries and aquaculture for students that work, a grade 11, 12 student works 500 or 1,000 hours at a fish plant or a aquaculture site. We get $1,000, up to $1,000 scholarship from us, depending upon the number of hours they work. They get paid full time on the job they do, and the hours can be accumulated over a couple of years. Then the money is paid directly to a university or community college, wherever they decide they're going to go into their fund to help with their education. And this is in addition to everything else the companies do, and at no cost to the company. We found that quite successful, and indeed we want to extend that even further to encourage young people to have a career in the fisheries and aquaculture business. When we look at the great things that have been done and the world market that we have been dealing with and You know, as I already said, a year ago, over a year ago, we had 2.3 billion in sales in fisheries. When COVID came along, we were afraid that we weren't going to be able to sell our products. We're not going to be able to export the way we did, and we're very close to 2.2 billion this year in sales. So that says a lot for the industry. One of those ways we've accomplished that for the Chinese New Year this year, when even though China was very difficult to get things in because of COVID, we managed to sell very close to $18 million worth of lobsters. $18 million. Well, actually over $18 million of lobsters for the Chinese New Year, strictly online this time. We've made MOUs with a large grocery store chain there. And indeed, it's been very exciting. We had actually over 1 million people online looking at the event we had. 100 million people, I mean, it's 100 million people, not a million, 100 million people in China. That shows how much penetration we're getting and how great our marketing efforts have been. And again, this is a combination of our staff and the industry. So it's an exciting time. The fishermen are making a better income than they've had probably in a lifetime. And again, when I came to this department in 2013, they just come off $3 a pound at the wharf. And this year, the price has been ranging anywhere from about $8 up to $16 or $17 an hour at the wharf. And that's just in the lobster industry. We're seeing great landings and great prices for our crab, great landings and great prices for our halibut, and the list goes on and on. And again, that's because we're adding value and improving quality for our end products. And it's starting to show. But this year we had to deal with COVID-19. It was a very trying time for our processors, trying to figure out how they could operate with 200 or 300 people working in a fish plant or in a boat in very close proximity to each other. And I can tell you it was very successful. And again, I want to congratulate the industry for doing that. The Department of Health for the great work that they've done working with my staff and my staff directly and the staff of Perennia for the great work they did to put protocols in place. And fortunately, we have not had a problem in the fishing industry thus far. But you never know, it could change tomorrow. But it's really been a team effort again, and I cannot say enough positive of what's happened. With so many thousands of people working in the industry, it's so important that this has happened. It's so good to see the progress we've made so far. A lot more progress to happen. We have been working on aquaculture, and we have many applications in the queue right now for people to come forward with aquaculture sites. And if they all transpire, and that's going to be up to the review board, the independent review board, whether they approve these or not, we have over $500 million of potential investment in the province, all private money, none from the province. That could really make a significant improvement, short-term in development, and long-term and sustainable, high-paid career opportunities for people in the province. This would be a game changer for us all. It's very, very exciting to see, and to see these things move forward. Our independent panel reviewed the first oyster farm file this year, and they went through the system and the site was approved. So we're very glad to see our system is working. And it's good to see an independent body doing this and take all the politics out of it and all the potential for any thing to happen that shouldn't be done properly. Because as we develop aquaculture, we want to make sure it's done in a sustainable way, really environmentally friendly, and really looks after concerns in the communities as these operations operate. We've seen a large announcement of a large hatchery in the province with $58 million investment. This is no ordinary hatchery. This is a hatchery that takes from the egg to a smolt to a super smolt. Now, super smolt is a salmon or a trout that would be in the cage instead of being in there for 18 months, it'd be there for 10 months. It's a total game changer. So that means overwintering won't be a problem in these sites, and also the time to market will be much faster. And indeed, when the sales increase, they can ramp up their sales and their growth periods much faster, and also helps with cash flow. But this facility will create many jobs as the construction is there. This technology has been developed in Norway, absolutely clean, and no effluent from it whatsoever. And at the end of the day, it'll also set up a facility that the live fish can be pumped straight into a boat and then straight into the ocean cages, so they can be used there, putting less stress on the fish and less carbon. Whereas before, they used to have to hatch them, put them in a truck, take them to ship them for a long distance, and then dump them in a ship and then out to sea. This way, it'll be just one trip, pump it straight out to the boat and into the pens from the boat. So it's moving forward very solidly. And as we see the benefits of the things that have been happening and the work that's been done to make these things happen, a lot of these things are possible from the great work that's been done on trade agreements. We look at the comprehensive economic trade agreement that has gone in place with Europe. That is fantastic. That has meant that some of our products and fisheries and aquaculture and agriculture have over time will eliminate tariffs, and that will make us more competitive in those markets. And also the Trans-Pacific Partnership came into effect in December 30th, 2018. This again gets us a great opportunity to market in new operations. And there's so many things that can happen with these trade agreements. And it's so important that we work with our trade commissioners in other countries to move our products forward. I did talk about aquaculture already, but I just want to mention aquaculture is the fastest growing production, a food method of production in the world. And it's essential to food security for the world. As we see, there's not going to be enough food in the world to feed the populations at the present rate of improvements or growth in populations. So we have tremendous opportunities in that area. I know when I took the portfolio over in 2013, aquaculture regulations were on 5 or 6 pages, and really of a lot of concern was addressed by the communities, and rightfully so. We listened to the independent report, and indeed we have come a long ways. And indeed now everything is transparent, most everything is on our website, and the meetings are open, transparent, and anyone can see what the rules and regulations are. And the rules and regulations are being followed and will be followed. We've also invested significantly in 75 research and development products in aquaculture to look at environmental interaction studies and other innovations for our companies to adopt to climate change. That investment was also invested heavily by, as well as ours, but also by industry. So our regulatory framework is some of the best, if not the best in the world, and we're getting accolades from industry from all over the world. They know exactly how our system works. They know exactly what they have to do. And the really good companies want to come here because they know they've got a location that's well regulated, and indeed all the companies are made to perform properly and do the proper things. And I can tell you, when I deal with the aquaculture companies, they want to do it properly because they're here for a long time. And to set up a finfish aquaculture site, for instance, you're looking at $500 million for one site. So they want to make sure that their investment is secure and indeed that they can move forward. So in our budget this year, we have a 5-year program to support more work and research development and other opportunities in aquaculture over the next 5 years. We're very happy with that. And going back to the commercial fishery, we've been working with them. They requested a moratorium on licenses, and we're working on that with them jointly for processing. We're looking at new quality programs for lobsters, holding facilities, and that we're working on. And we've also set up our own international standard for lobster holding capacity. And we're the only ones in the world that have that. And that now is being monitored by independent company that out of Europe that certifies organizations to a standard. And our standard is the only one in the world for lobster. And it's very high and indeed very important when we're marketing our products. I know I visited one company in Europe that buys and sells fish and fish products, and they're building a facility to our standards using our training programs, our lobster handling course. Going to have their staff, once COVID's over, trained to give the course in their own place in their own country, for their own themselves and their customers, and they're only going to buy Nova Scotia lobsters or lobsters that are certified to that standard, because they can take that standard and market that to their customers to show another level of security when they buy products. It's very exciting to see all this happen. Our sports fishing industry for so long has been almost ignored by government after government. And it's a great opportunity to have people come, enjoy beautiful Nova Scotia, enjoy the outdoors, and our wonderful people in the province, and our beautiful scenery. I know everybody that comes to Nova Scotia really enjoys it here. And it's a hospitality to people. Beautiful place we have. I know one gentleman, a high-ranking individual, a company from China, was driving in from the Stanfield Airport. He said, "I'm in heaven." He said, "There's trees," and that's the kind of attitude we get. And when he actually got a chance to see more of Nova Scotia, he was even more impressed with it, instead of just concrete buildings and pavement. So that's the kind of reaction we get. So our sports fishing season last year couldn't open on April 1st because of COVID. And with great work with the Department of Health, we did manage to open a month later, which was really good. We were worried that we weren't going to sell very many licenses because we were a month late opening. And we took some flack on it, and people were very concerned, but the health came first. And indeed, we did the right thing, and the Department of Health did the right thing, but we did open it in May. And we thought that our sales would be down in licenses. Actually, last year, we sold over 76,000 sports fishing licenses, the highest number since 1985. That's quite an accomplishment. It could be attributed some of the programs we've been doing to support sports fishing in the province. But I think too, people wanted to get out in the outdoors where it's safe and away from COVID and enjoy the outdoors that maybe some people hadn't done in a long time. And the other thing, I'm really proud of our staff in other departments for the work they did in putting our fishing licenses online. And my director in inland fisheries came to me almost every year and said, "I want to put this online." And when I found out what the price tag was, it was $3 million. There's no way we could possibly afford to do it. But somehow, through great effort by themselves and some other departments and staff in the other departments, they managed to get this online for a very modest cost. And we're very, very happy about that. It means that people can buy online fishing licenses that they couldn't get online before. And our fishery is worth about somewhere between $60 and $70 million a year. That doesn't sound like a lot of money when we're selling $2.3 billion in export sales in fisheries, but it's a big contributor to our growth and big contributor to Nova Scotia. As people become more and more environmentally aware they, they will enjoy the outdoors more. And the more we can do that, the better we're going to be. We also recently, the first time that I'm aware of ever, that we put a marketing strategy together before COVID started to encourage more people to come to visit Nova Scotia and more Nova Scotians to go fishing, whether it be salmon fishing, trout fishing, bass fishing, whatever the case may be. And we really have a new brand. We have materials up on Instagram and Facebook, and professionalizing. We work with the guys to professionalize the guides to take them to another level, which they really embraced. Put packages together where they could go work with a hotel or a bed and breakfast or whatever the case may be to do a package deal. Also, even some cooking lessons for shore lunches, all kinds of different things. And it's been a really great experience for our staff and the guides working together to really bring our quality of our product even higher. A lot of our guides were already there. Some were just beginning. So it sets a new standard. And this is something that we'll feel that long term will help us grow our sports fishing industry. And when we talk about all the things we're doing. Also, in this last year, we had a problem, and we got a problem in another lake now, where somebody illegally introduced bass at the headwaters in a small lake to the St. Mary's River. Now, bass will devour every kind of fish in the river, every trout, every salmon, all the small ones, all the eggs, everything, eels, bait, everything. And somebody put that in illegally. Unfortunately, we couldn't find anybody to have them charged yet, but that investigation will continue. But what our department did, and it's the first time we've ever done this in Nova Scotia, they immediately blocked the area off so that bass could not escape. So they wouldn't get into the main watershed. We did some testing below this small lake and prevented them getting out. We tried all kinds of activities such as electrofishing, actually fishing. People went there and caught fish of all sizes. And of course, the native fish most of them were released, but the bass were kept and recorded their size and weight and all that and how many they caught. So that didn't work. So what they decided to do was to try rotenol, which is a chemical that can be used, which doesn't last long in the water, but it does kill all the fish in the area. So before we did that, we went in and removed as many eels that we could, as many other bass as well, but then all the other trout and any other small fish that were there was different types of fish before we applied the rotenol. We did lots of consultation on it, including with the Mi'kmaq, and we have support from everybody, including the Ecology Action Center, the Nova Scotia Salmon Association, list goes on and on. We did apply the rotenol in October. Indeed, we proved that we did eradicate the bass population there. And over the next, the lake will be monitored over the next 5 years, and we'll reintroduce the native fish in that lake. Now, compared to New Brunswick, that's had this problem for some time, we set a new standard. They didn't do this, and because of that, in some of their major rivers now, they have a bass population they can't deal with. And that will destroy the salmon population, the wild salmon population. We're spending a lot of money and a lot of effort trying to restore some of the rivers to a good sport fishery for salmon, as well as trout and other ones. And the salmon industry this year, of course, we're down in sales and license of salmon because a lot of the people would typically come to Nova Scotia to fish salmon and spend quite a lot of money here actually when they come. So we were down with quite a lot fewer licenses, I think 700 fewer licenses than the year before, but that will come back with the enhancements we're doing. So that gives us a little chance to also keep up the work on the rivers you're doing. I want to thank Dr. Eddie Halfyard, who works for Frenia, who I'm responsible for as minister. and he works closely with the Nova Scotia Salmon Association and all the other salmon and trout and sports fishing people in the province. And through his guidance and work, they've set a new standard for bringing the pH levels up in rivers through liming projects and other river restorations. That now we can take that and improve that and put it in other lakes. And over the last 15 years, we've had 11 rivers have been enhanced by population by our staff as well, with salmon fry, par, smolts, pre-spawning adults. That was made possible, in addition to what Mr. Halfyard, and I'll come back to him in a minute, this program wouldn't have been possible without our two provincial hatcheries at the Marguerite Fish Hatchery and Fraser's Mill Fish Hatchery. And I want to acknowledge the great work that is done by the numerous volunteers, and I know I'm going to miss somebody, and I apologize for that, but there's so many volunteers and so many organizations. And we have the Inverness South Anglers Association, Antigonish River Association, the Marguerite Salmon Association, just to name a very few. I know the St. Mary's River and the Eastern Shores, a great organization that's just starting up their work, and many, many more, given countless hours to doing these things. You know, and as we did our stocking program, working with these volunteers, we stocked the Marguerite, Middle Badak River, Mabu, West River, Antigonish. We put in a total of 237,000 salmon, par, and smolt. In addition to that, we do hundreds of thousands of trout every year all over the province. And I want to thank all the volunteers. And I apologize to the ones I didn't have them on my list here, but they're just as important to the ones that I mentioned. There's also been a lot of help from Wags River from volunteers to collect over 300,000 eggs that were collected. So we can use those in our hatcheries to bring in some more salmon. We also released pre-spawn salmon into the West River She Harbor, all in an effort to improve it. So I go back to the work that Dr. Halfyard has done. I remember when I first came to the department, I heard about the project through the Salmon Association he was working on. He was working directly for the Salmon Association at that time. They had, I know that river, and I was, as a child, I used to see the salmon jump in there. And today, as you can now see the salmon jump in there. Occasionally, not as many as we need to yet, but it's coming. And they started talking about liming, and I said, and he said that, why don't we lime this by helicopter? So I contacted the Minister of Natural Resources at the time, and I said, we'd like to do a helicopter liming project, and we don't have any money to pay for helicopters, but I will help pay for the lime if you can get the helicopters. Well, we had a meeting with the helicopter pilots from then the Department of Natural Resources at the time. And the meeting didn't go very well. They thought maybe they're not in the business of liming, but they were very good, very gracious. They listened to what we said. So we kept working away at it, and then they did some more studies to prove exactly how well this would work and how long of an effect. Some of this liming can last up to 50 years and would complement the doser that they had in the river at that time, that just puts the lime in the river and is an immediate repair just in that area. And just when it's gone, you have to keep dosing it steadily. So over time, we worked with them, and they finally agreed to say, okay, we will. So you will do a small project and we'll start it. So I think 3 or 4 years ago now, we started that project. I can remember talking to helicopter pilots who were on site that day, and I managed to go and see how it was happening. We brought in some equipment from, I believe it's New Zealand or Australia, a hopper that you put the lime in. And the pilots at that time, and they were only just started, they said the hopper's got some problems, and we think we know how to fix it. Well, that's great. So let's fix it and get it done. So you couldn't have seen a happier group of pilots in all your life. They were excited to do this, and one of the pilots had actually done this in Alberta, and really brought a lot to the table. So I'm going from a situation they weren't interested in participating to a situation now that made modifications on the hopper. They helped redesign a new hopper. Now we get a bigger one. They managed to get bigger helicopters now. And we successfully limed, just looking at I believe it's 263 acres of land in the by helicopter liming. Now that is a significant difference, and we're already seeing a difference in the habitat for the salmon in that area. Also, developing a machine that we can drive through the woods roads and spread lime on by land. And with that, we can do it almost year round and have a bigger effect on the overall thing at a lower cost than tying the helicopters up. But we're still going to use the helicopters. But they're doing so much now that it's really, really, really positive. So we're looking at more rivers to put this technology in place, and we're working with that. And there's been a lot of work done with Dalhousie University in cooperation with Dalhousie University and Nova Scotia Salmon Association on pilot projects. And I can't say enough positive about the Nova Scotia Salmon Association. They've been there all the way. They started this. It's the first time the province has really stepped up and helped them in a major way. And they continue to be the biggest supporters of these river habitat improvements through countless hours of volunteer hours and fundraising themselves that they put money into these projects. So I personally want to thank them for that. So when you look at some of the, I'd already talked with our hatcheries. Well, we've had some major problems on our hands with our hatcheries, not with the hatcheries themselves or staff or anything like that, just the opposite in that regard. But Hurricane Juan, we were without power for 8 days. 8 days. And staff worked very hard. I mean, they cut trees down that were down on the site. They had to go, if I recall right, and refuel the generators every 4 hours, 7 days a week during Hurricane Dorian. And they get through that with almost no fish loss. And the drought last year at Fraser's Mills caused us a great deal of trouble. Again, the same situation. Water levels were very low and forced us to pump water from the outflow back into the hatchery, reuse it, reclaim it. And again, it's the same routine again. They had to work with the pumps and to run those 7 days a week, refueling, and all the same was over. I want to thank some of my staff that worked on this. Al McNeil, my director. I want to thank Stephen Teville, James Ellis, Jeff Smith, Merrill Turner, David Dwyer, and Stuart McIntosh for their efforts in ensuring that our facilities didn't fail. And they saved every fish, and they did an extraordinary amount of work to make that happen, working 24 hours a day, basically. It was with sadness that this year that our manager of enhancement, Daryl Morant, is retiring after 27 years. He was really incredibly active in the department. He stepped up 10 years ago to take this program over, and he really set new standards to move forward. But I can say that about all my staff, especially in the inland fisheries. They're a special group of people that care about the habitat, care about the fish, they care about the water, and they care about the people that fish in the province. And I can say this again, too, about my staff in our fisheries division that looks after the aquaculture and also our marine fish department. We have a great group of people, care about their work, and indeed are connected with industry, work with industry very closely. And many times I get calls from plant owners, fishing organizations, you name it, thanking me to tell me to thank their staff, my staff, about the great work they've done. And we don't tell them enough. We hear stories of always, people in government don't do their work. Well, I can tell you, the staff in all my departments are incredible to work with and have done an incredible job to help Nova Scotia's economy. And also to help the people that we actually work for. Another thing that's happened too in the hatchery operation, in Marguerite, the Marguerite Salmon Association members volunteered to help us clip 200,000 salmon par and smolt prior to stocking. That's a pretty big job. And they actually did that, and they also helped to collect brood stock from Marguerite and Mabou rivers. Just an idea of what kind of great people we have. I want to talk about our commercial fishing group that works there, and they work on all the different issues that the commercial fishery has. They're a great group of people. They can foresee a lot of times difficulties that are coming that most people wouldn't even get to see. So it's very positive to work with the people. We have people working on our fund for the federal provincial fund that are helping industries get modernized and develop new processes. And we also have people that deal with the fishery every day. And when DFO is working with change of quotas and working on that, we have dedicated staff to look at the habitat, cleanup, shoreline cleanups, marine cleanups. We put in place just over a year ago a marine cleanup program, and the organization can apply to our department for a grant to do a cleanup in their community, and there's been very successful cleanups completed, which we're very happy about. And in return for that, we want to get a list of exactly what was gathered up and how much of each thing. And with that information, we can use that information then to look at better cleanup processes, and indeed to maybe hold some of the people accountable that are dumping this unnecessary things in the ocean. It all moves to a cleaner technology, cleaner ocean, and cleaner water for us all. I also want to talk about food security. When you look at the marine aquaculture and our traditional fishery, they're crucial. The social and economic issues around food security, employment, value-added food products, and maintenance of essential services in rural and coastal communities. Growing our food and reducing the amount of food we import is critical. Every time we can reduce an import, it means that it's almost the same as an export. Financially, it's almost identical. And it also reduces the amount of carbon footprint that comes into our province and created to get products to us. So it really does help overall. Plus, it increases more job creation in our province, which is critical too. Our changing climates cause a lot of new adaptations we've had to do around our food security, and most everybody has seen some of those with hurricanes, and dry spells, and all the other things we're seeing. Well, ocean temperatures rising, the list goes on and on. But we need to produce enough food in our province to feed our families in case of emergency, and not just in case of emergency, but also to ensure that we have a strong economy in the province. And my department's food supply is one of the main things we can do to help grow Nova Scotia economy back to where it should have been. And our sales have been pretty constant through COVID. And if we can increase those after COVID with more awareness of food security, and as with agriculture, we have a team working on buy local. We're very excited about that. You're going to see a lot more information on that in the coming months as we start seeing more products identified as local products in the grocery stores. We developed a relationship with all the major food chains, including Sobeys, Loblaws, Walmart, Costco, all our farmers markets. The list goes on and on to sell our products and those things, and clearly mark product of Nova Scotia. So that is coming. We're excited about that. And the more we can do to promote to buy local, the stronger our province is going to be. As we can see by the population growth we're getting in the province, there's going to be more and more Nova Scotians here requiring food, and it's better, it's a lot better that we can supply it locally. And we're adding value to all these products too. And ongoing programs we have to encourage people to develop new products and new processes that they can keep food fresh longer, more easy to use products you can easily heat up or cook yourself. And instead of having to come home after a long day and try to put something together that you may not do if you don't, and healthy food. That's really important to us all. I talked briefly about the Atlantic Fish Fund, and we have a great partnership with that. That program is putting a lot of money into Nova Scotia companies. Not only that, Nova Scotia companies themselves are putting a lot of money. They're pretty well matching the money that's put there. And we've seen millions and millions of dollars invested in new technology, better equipment, better holding facilities, and everything you can imagine to help make our businesses more successful. So when you look at all the work that the departments have done, our department's done on all levels, including our regular commercial fishery, our sports fishery, and aquaculture, the department and the industry is poised to really grow even more. We can't catch more fish, but we need to get more value out of the fish we have, and indeed to put more of the results of that harvest and processing back in the economy of Nova Scotia, as well as food supply for us. And we look at our sports fishing, it's a fantastic way to do, put a lot of money into rural Nova Scotia, and not just rural Nova Scotia. A good salmon fishing trip when we can get the COVID over, that we can get people back in the province, which got a really fantastic marketing campaign set up for, and we've been already started on some of it. Well, someone will pay anywhere from $1,000 to $5,000 a day for salmon fishing. Imagine the economic impact of that as we move forward, especially with the guides bringing their game up to higher standards than they've ever had before. That'll help make the experience better, and people won't mind separating with their hard-earned money to enjoy a beautiful day on the river, on the lake in Nova Scotia. So I want to thank all the companies that we work with, my staff for the great work they've done and continue to do. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention our loan board, our fisheries loan board. Our fisheries loan board has done a great job of making money available to our young fishermen so they can buy licenses. Licenses are so expensive now because we've been so successful with marketing to put the value up at the wharf. So now we've got programs that we can put in place that the young fishermen can take over either their family's license or buy one from someone else that's retiring. I know, again, when I came in 2013 to the department, one of the big problems was succession planning. People didn't know what they were going to do. But I can tell you, in the fishing industry and the agriculture industry, that has changed. You go into meetings, you're seeing a lot younger people at the meetings, and we can go back to them again. And there's a bit of excitement about family taking over family businesses, new people getting into the industry that maybe hadn't been into it before, with young families, the great ideas and new ideas we really need to embrace and to help our economy grow. I truly believe we live in one of the best places in the world that you could live. And with the record we've had with COVID, with the lowest cases probably in the world per capita so far, let's hope it stays like that. We're very fortunate to live here. So with those few words, Mr. Chair, I will end my discussions.
Thank you for that, Minister. I don't know what the committee might want to do. It's 4 5:21 right now. We're 15 minutes shy of when we should be taking a break. Maybe we can start, and then at the 15-minute mark, we will take a break. So it's going to be the PC caucus at this point. I recognize the honourable member for Sydney River, Meyer Lewisburg. You have 1 hour.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank the Minister for being here today. I'm looking forward to discussing some interesting issues in our province with fisheries and aquaculture. My first question for the Minister, I would just be curious to hear your thoughts. I know you've been in the portfolio for roughly 8 years on how the federal government is handling the moderate livelihood fishery.
The Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture.
Thank you. Just 1 second. I just want to ask my question. I staff a couple of questions.
Minister. Minister.
Okay. Yes. Thank you very much. Well, the federal minister's statement on March 3rd is put a lot more clarity around this. That probably should have been done from day one, because they did have the authority under the Marshall Decision 2 to stop what a lot of people believe is an illegal fishery. Again, that's for DFO to decide, but I understand they're not enforcing that now. And they have indicated they will buy a license, not create licenses for the moderate livelihood fishery, that people have to fish in season, and they all have to be licensed, whatever that license regime is going to be with DFO. And again, this is all the problems that we're seeing in the communities around this probably could have been averted if the federal government would have followed the guidelines that were set down in Marshall Decision 2. And if you've had a chance to look at those, you'd understand what I'm talking about.
A member for Sydney River, Meyer Lewisburg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just in regards to the LFA 27, so that's the area that I represent, multiple fishing harbors, primarily lobster, crab, different types of fisheries. Their season's due to open in approximately 6 weeks down here. So I did send a letter to the Federal Minister of Fisheries March 15th, which I CC'd yourself on as well. And I didn't get a response, so hopefully I can get one today. Something I'm really hearing about is people don't want a repeat of what happened in Southwest Nova Scotia in regards to escalation and violence, quite frankly. So many of my constituents are asking if there's being additional resources, whether it's DFO, law enforcement, what have you, being allocated, given the season is just around in the corner, and there appears to be a great deal of anxiety, to be honest, in my constituency. So I'd just like to hear your thoughts on that. That's okay.
Minister?
I would agree with the anxiety that the fishermen have seen and the industry overall. It's again, that question I can't answer. I know that they're out on the water doing some enforcement and seizing some traps, and I know charges have been laid, and I can't say anything past that. There's some other information I can't share. But that's strictly DFO, and hopefully the federal minister will respond. I know I've written to the federal minister on some of these issues many times, and sometimes it takes many months to get an answer. I think they're struggling with how they're going to resolve this permanently, and it's a serious problem for us all. I mean, even in the international marketing we're doing, the more this blows up and the more problem it gets, the harder it is for us to go to the marketplace and sell our products that come out of the clean waters of Nova Scotia. But if there's a whole ruckus going on with everybody, then it makes it a little bit more difficult.
Member?
I know something you just brought up at the end of your comments, Ministers, buyers' licenses. I know I've spoken to a number of lobster buyers in my constituency. My understanding is there's been a moratorium on those licenses for quite some time. And I'm just wondering, is that because of conservation measures, or is that because of requests from the buyers, and what that dialogue looked like with the province and the DFO?
Minister?
The buyer's license is strictly under our responsibility, not DFO. DFO has to, Connection DFO has, we have to buy, or the buyers have to buy product from a licensed fisherman. And DFO decides who the licensed fishermen are and what their regulations are around that. But once that's established, then the buyers are free to buy from anyone that meets that requirement. If they get caught from buying someone else, they can lose their license permanently and be charged under our Fisheries Act. We put a moratorium on processing a buyer's license at the request of the industry. There is a tremendous number of buyer's licenses out there that have not been used in many years. And the old regulations we had, even for buying, just use lobsters for an example, there was really no handling requirements put in place. It was a really not good situation. So with the lobster handling course we put in place for, I think, level 3, and I think we're working on level 4 now, to educate people on how important it is to properly hold, transport, and handle lobsters. And some of the things that are happening we're destroying the stock. When it landed, it's just destroying the lobsters. So we've been working with the industry, both on the fishing side and the processing side. I'm glad to see a lot of people are taking our courses and implementing some of the holding facilities. We've got a great working relationship with the University of St. Anne, and we set up actually a lobster center of excellence in Matagan. Work with them, and they're also working in Airshot on their facility there, and they've come up with a lot of work and a lot of good work in conjunction with my staff to make sure that we're getting the best price we can for a product. It's sort of a roundabout answer to your question, but it's really a complex answer, and we need all the buyers either to be connected to a holding facility. And we'll just talk about lobsters, and it's pretty well the same and all this stuff, but the holding facilities are different. The processing, handling is a little bit different, but that'll make sure that the lobsters live. They live and be healthy, and their quality doesn't deteriorate to the point that they have to be destroyed or thrown out because they died. And in the past, there was a lot of that going on, and that's being reduced. And also to make sure that we get the best quality product. At the end of the day, the fishermen get a better price, and everybody wins. So that's where it's at. I know it's a difficult question to answer because it's so complex.
The member for Sydney River Mara Lewisburg with 5 minutes left before break.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess my question, to be a bit more direct, so can the province now issue a new buyer's license under the moderate livelihood, or does that have to be defined by the federal government first in order for this to occur?
the Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture.
Actually, the MICMA owns several buyer's licenses and processing licenses, but those licenses have to be operated just the same as anyone else. If a organizations like the Moderate Livelihood that they had, that was an illegal fishery as far as we're concerned, because DFO didn't recognize it as a legal fishery. And when they establish that as legal fishery, then they can apply, or they can buy a buyer's license from somebody, and that will be approved if they wish to do that, but they already have some. And but even the buyers and the MICMA buyers aren't allowed to buy from their own people unless it's by licensed lobster fishermen. I'll just use lobster as an example, in season. So that is those are our rules, and nothing's changed there. So we enforce that, and we've taken a lot of heat from it because of that, but we have to do it that way. We're looking for quality. We have to have a process in place. And as soon as DFO identifies someone as a licensed buyer, or not a buyer, but a licensed harvester that is fishing within season, they're recognized by us.
Member?
Thank you for that answer, Minister. My last question, kind of switching things up a little bit, revolves around seafood exports. I know you mentioned the relationship between Nova Scotia and the Asian markets. I think you said it was somewhere around $2.2 billion. Something I've heard from fishers in my constituency is they're just curious is why isn't there more of a diversification, I guess, of the exports? Why not more focused with the European Union, or heavily focused in the US or different areas, I guess, globally? Just because we saw what happened last year in Asia due to COVID-19, which is nobody's fault. But I mean, there was a big risk there of losing a lot of lobsters and other types of exports. So I'm just curious to what other diversification of markets would be, I mean, currently explored by the department.
Minister?
Well, I can tell you that's what we're doing. That's why our sales up, to 2.3 billion, almost 2.2 billion this year. We've explored different markets. We've gone to people say, why are you selling to China? Well, China is our third biggest customer now for seafood. That really wasn't hardly on the map before that. We're very diversified. We've been marketing very seriously in Europe, all over Asia, not just in China. A lot of work in the US. We're marketing all over the world. That's why our numbers are so high, and they stay so high. It's hard for people to understand that fish every day and don't really have the time to look at what happens with marketing. Marketing is about getting out there and creating a demand for a quality product. The fishermen help that by delivering a quality product to the buyers or the processors, whatever the case might be. That's the first step on the chain. And then those buyers and processors have to handle the product in a way that keeps that quality the same as it was when it was landed, or as close as you can do that. Because you can't improve quality. Once it's gone on fish. And then they add value to that by maybe they cook it, they freeze it, whatever they do, or ship it live. And those markets, we already are diversifying. That's what we've been doing. That's why the sales have gone so high. That's why it's gone from $3 a pound just before it came minister in a big study that was an absolute waste of money. Deciding what you had to do to get more money for the fishermen on the wharf was a really simple answer: marketing. That simple. We've done it.
Member, you have 30 seconds.
Well, my next question, I think we'll probably pick it up after break, to the minister, just is actually in regards to climate change and water temperature and migratory patterns of lobster. I know that's something that's kind of in the preliminary stages of research based on my understanding. But so I was just looking to get some further information on where we kind of stand as to our knowledge in that area.
Thank you for that, member. That gives the minister 15 minutes to prepare to answer that question. So with that, we'll recognize the COVID protocol. We'll take a 15-minute COVID break, returning at 4:51, when the member for Sydney River, Meyer-Lewisburg, will still have 45 minutes left. 4:51. Order, please. The subcommittee of the whole on supply will resume and will recognize the honorable member from Sydney River, Myra Lewisburg. You have 45 minutes left for the PC caucus this first round. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I'll wait for the minister to return there.
Thank you very much.
The honorable member for Sydney River, Myra Lewisburg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe the last question I kind of alluded to was just in regards to the impact of climate change and specifically the global, I guess, increase in water temperature, how that's impacting, migratory patterns of lobsters and other crustaceans that are very important, I guess, commercial goods in our province.
The honorable minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture.
I'll just be 1 minute.
Minister.
The one thing I didn't mention was CMAR, which is our Center for Marine Applied Research. And that is in the Ocean Cluster in Dartmouth. And they have, for the past 3 years, been monitoring the 40 to 50 sensors all the time, recording continuously. They're looking at things like temperature, water currents, dissolved oxygen, pH, wave heights, all kinds of different data. And believe it or not, DFO was responsible for that in the past. And they had basically almost no data on near shore. In other words, where the inland fishermen, inshore fishermen fish on those things. And we're going to continue that and improve it. We're working with Dalhousie on some of those and definitely with DFO on other ones. So it's a really joint venture. And this is a thing that has to be done, and we have to start monitoring this. And the information we had, again, was not near what we need. And we are very concerned with the water temperature rise. And not only the water temperature rise, you just want to see what other elements are there as well. So, and this is a real success story, because not only did we start monitoring this information, but there was no readily available products to do it with. And there's been a spin-off company from the ocean cluster there that was in place, and they have since developed a lot of this equipment and are selling it worldwide. So it's been a success story all over. And it's all part of what we're doing, and it's all part of what we're doing in aquaculture and the marine fish side of it, anything to do with the ocean. So this information will be readily available, and we're going to have it up online. If you can just excuse me 1 second, I'll find out when that's going to be.
Minister.
The other thing is we do have this online, and it's an open data, our open data portal in the province of Nova Scotia has a lot of this information on it, and it's going to be on it. And some of the data is actually live. It's transmitted live as it happens. And this is the first time that we've had this available to us. And I'll have to get you how you go onto that site, because my staff couldn't tell me the exact name. That's sort of a different name, but I can supply that to the committee.
The member for Sydney River, Mara Lewisburg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'd like to thank the minister for that answer. My next question is going to be in regards to the loan board. I know a significant deterrent, I guess you would say, for newcomers trying to get into the commercial fisheries, the cost, right? I mean, in the 90s, you could probably get a license, for $50,000 or $100,000. I mean, at this point, it's increased exponentially. You're talking close to $1 million in most cases, whether you're in Yarmouth or Ayrshire or Manadoo. So I'm just wondering what programs are in place for those that weren't born into the fishery, essentially, and how they could navigate potential funding to allow them to participate in this part of the economy.
Well,
The Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture.
I can tell you just briefly a little bit, but I'm also going to check my loan board CEO and make sure that I'm not missing anything. But we have a lot of new loans and the buy licenses in the fishing industry. So we can hold the license actually for collateral now, so it makes it real easy for us to make these loans. And I know there's a down payment requirement that's there, and there's the requirement for experience on a boat if you're going to buy a license. So there's a couple of things there. I know our loan portfolio has increased dramatically, and that's because of younger people getting in the industry, which is good. So if you just give me a second, I will get you more information. Okay, it's a good thing I asked my staff because these numbers keep changing all the time. But the new entrants only have to have a 5% down payment, which is something we have not done before. And the term on the loans can be up to 20 years, up to them. And our normal term on loans is 5 to 7 years. So we're really encouraging young people to get there. We've had 28% of all our new loans this year have been in new entrants. In other words, young people that are buying out licenses from people who have been there, sometimes it's family. And we have 235 new loans just this past 12 months. So it's pretty impressive. And the other thing we can do is if they have someone, say if it's someone that wants to take a license over from somebody's captain they've been working for, the captain can also sign a loan guarantee to help them get the money in lieu of other things that they might have to do, and guarantee the loan that way, as well as taking the collateral on the license. And it's just, we're just trying to make it as easy as possible for new entrants because it is so expensive. And I don't know what the average loan is, but I think it's around $1 million. Just 1 second. Yeah, the average loan, I was right in the Yarmouth area, it's around $1 million loan. And the rest of the province of Cape Breton and eastern Nova Scotia and in the Gulf of St. Lawrence will be around $500,000 average loan. Depends upon how good a deal they get for the license and indeed what the earning capacity of that license is.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this will be my last question, and I will be deferring off to my colleague, the MLA for Argyle-Barrington. Minister, I guess my last question, thank you for your time and your honest answers. And so the fishing season in LFA 27 in my constituency is due to open in 6 weeks, like I mentioned earlier. So I guess if we have no direction on safety, increased safety measures for fishers by that time, is there anything we can do in your capacity as minister or in our capacity as MLAs to get this done and get an answer in a timely fashion? I guess is my final question.
Minister.
When it comes, sorry about that. When it comes to the fishers themselves, we have no authority, none at all. Now the federal government minister has told us that they're going to put all the safety issues in place. They're going to put more enforcement, including their own enforcement officers and the RCMP, on the water and on the shore to make sure everything goes smoothly. They don't want any more issues with that. And I know they've issued some orders. I don't know if they're public or not, so I can't talk about them, to change some things that have happened and near your area that I think are a positive step forward and give the fishermen some confidence that the federal government is applying the same rules to everybody in the fishery, which is, and you would have heard this as well, with the same rules. The fishermen, as long as everybody plays with the same rules, they've got no problems. And just 1 second, the staff is something I want to tell me too. Thank you very much. Thank you for your patience. There's all kinds of things we've been working on. One of the most exciting things is the Safety Association of Nova Scotia that really works with our department. We're on their ex officios on their board. Transport Canada is involved with that as well. They do things like man overboard drills, all kinds of things, and it's really helped the industry. I can't say enough positive about them. They've really worked well, and I would suggest maybe the MLA could reach out to them. You'd find that they're great to work with and always anxious to share their successes. They have a 5-year safety plan. This is the last year of that, and hopefully there'll be more funding with that. Our workers' compensation rates have dropped since 2010 from 5.55% to 4.9% last year, saving a total of $750,000 for fishermen in particular over that time, which shows that that part of the safety is really good. The COVID programming that we have done with both the processors and the fishermen has worked really well. Through our AFF programs, we put money into the COVID protocols, and again with Perennia to streamline the application process and how it works. So that's really put a lot of resources into the hands of both the fishermen and the processors. And the other part of this are our CRCs, our outreach workers in fisheries, are dealing with the fishermen and the processors every day and working with public health. And public health has been a tremendous support for us through this program. We spent a lot of time on the phone and meetings with public health when this all started. And they've been very responsive and have looked at the different programs that different plants have had and some of the bigger fishing boats, and really listen to the industry and at the same time protect the people.
I recognize the honourable member for Argyle-Barrington with about 24 minutes left in the first round for the PCs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I thank the Minister and his staff for joining the committee virtually. I also want to recognize their ongoing efforts during a very different year and how they've been able to support industry, an industry that is not only important to the province, but certainly to my region. It is the economic backbone and the driver in my constituency and the neighboring constituencies. So I do want to recognize that. I do want to go back to the minister's comments during my colleagues' initial questions regarding the moderate livelihood issue. And the minister's comments that either, and I just want to clarify this, is either that Minister of DFO, her statement on March 3rd, either should have been or could have been made earlier. If the minister could clarify that, please.
The Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture.
I can't speak for the federal minister, but if she would have made these statements very early on, it would have saved a lot of trouble for everybody.
The member for Argyle-Barrington.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the minister for that response. The minister referred to the fishery as being illegal. Wondering if there's been in communication with the minister and the department any concerns regarding the fishery for the upcoming season, or the upcoming year rather, because we're already in LFA 34 active season.
Minister.
I'm always concerned there's safety issues if indeed the federal government doesn't get this all under control as they should be doing. Other than that, if those are things that are addressed and the DFO follows through on what they said they're going to do, it should be a reasonably safe and harmonious season. That's what we're hoping for. And I know they've committed to putting more resources on the water, including the RCMP in addition to their staff, and also to make sure that their staff are on the water this year. And there was, and I haven't totally confirmed this, but there was a rumor last year that their staff were told to stay off the water. and that didn't help anything at that time. And the member may know more about that than I do, but that came from very reliable sources. But I can't say it for sure as minister. But just one second, let me check with my staff here too. Well, as the member would know, it's pretty quiet there at the present time. So let's hope that they can resolve this issue and we don't have an issue anymore.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, with the beautiful sunshine, it is warming up in Argyle, Barrington. I'm sure the member for Clare Digby could say it's warming up outside there as well. But you know, there are discussions that things are warming up on the water. So I appreciate the insight that the minister is bringing to the committee this afternoon regarding enforcement, and perhaps he could provide a little bit more insight of when that enforcement would start. But on the same line of enforcement, under the fish buyers licensing and enforcement regulations, under the Fisheries and Coastal Resources Act, it talks about the enforcement, and the minister spoke about this with my colleague from Sydney River, Myra Lewisburg, about buying fish or fish products, and the minister made that correlation with illegal catches. So I'm wondering if you can explain the process and what enforcement has taken place over the last year, I guess.
Minister.
Some of the enforcement I can't comment on because it's still ongoing. Investigations are ongoing. And you really have to talk to enforcement per se, to the Department of Environment, because they do enforcement for us. They keep us informed when it's appropriate. If we have information that's supplied to us, we would pass it on to the Department of Environment to follow up on. There was a task force at my request some time ago, quite a while ago. I wrote to the then Minister of Fisheries, that was 2 ministers ago, and requested a task force put in place with the RCMP, Revenue Canada, Border Services, DFO, Revenue Canada, ourselves, and I can't remember who else might have been involved in it, to really look at illegal fishing activities, and that's all illegal fishing activities. And anyone that doesn't have a proper commercial license or sells product out of season could be investigated, could be charged under the process. And again, for obvious reasons, I don't really want to know about those investigations. It's the fewer people know about that, the better as they go on. And I know there's some charges been laid. Some people have been convicted. And if we can find somebody that's been convicted and it involves buying and the buyer bought illegal stuff, there's a very good chance that we may want to or will do cancel the license permanently and will not be issued to anyone else. So that possibility is there. I just want to check with staff again, see if there's anything new. Yes, again, I forgot about this staff. It's a good thing I've got great staff that work with me. In June of 2020, I did write another letter requesting this same sort of approach, even though it was already, some was already underway, to Minister Jordan, and asked for, to review this again, make sure there's a task force in place, make sure it's working. We did get a letter back finally on January 12th this year that outlines some of the things they're doing. And we forwarded all that information to Minister Wilson and the Department of Environment for its enforcement staff to work with. So when you say you're not getting an answer back from the Minister of Fisheries, don't feel bad.
The member for Argyle-Barrington.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the minister for that response. I guess to dive a little bit into that response, I guess the minister would have had concerns that the task force may not have been working as it should have been. So perhaps you can clarify that. But in the same vein, can you explain the coordination briefly between Department of Environment, Department of Fisheries and Oceans, Department of Fisheries and Aquaculture? I assume it's quite complex when it comes to looking at these types of incidents.
Minister?
It's not complex from our standpoint because we're not enforcing. We would report to them any information we have and they would follow up on it. It's my understanding that there's a good relationship between Department of Environment, but again, you'd have to talk to the minister about that, the department, and DFO. We've had a reasonably good relationship with DFO. We don't agree with them on a lot of things, and anytime that they cause grief for our fishers or our industry, we stand up for them and work with them. It wasn't that they weren't doing a good job, because some of these investigations take years to really get done. This is a big business. This is not just a moderate livelihood fishery. This goes way beyond that. And we've been meeting regularly with an organization set up by fishermen to look at this illegal fishing activity. And there's a lot of it goes on, the illegal buying, and the list goes on and on. But unfortunately, I can't tell you very much more than that because it could jeopardize a investigation. Not that I know very much about it, but I just can't take a chance on it at all because we want to get convictions. And we can get some convictions and make examples of a few people that might stop some of this operation that's costing the province a lot of money, costing the fishery a lot of money. Fishing themselves is costing money, and they've got to understand that. And and if any of this stuff becomes really public, again, it could injure our marketing efforts too. We got to come across as a really professional organization, both in harvesting, processing, marketing, everything. And we've got that professional approach to the industry now, and we're respected all over the world for our quality product and the great people that work in the industry. So a few people could ruin it for everybody. And it doesn't matter if it's a moderate livelihood, if that's the problem, or if it's somebody that's just not following the rules from the regular fishery. So we want to get convictions and we take them seriously.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the minister's response. I guess this veering course here, similar to, I guess, still connected to the Federal Department of Fisheries and Oceans, though. We spoke at length during committee this afternoon about new entrants into the industry, and what I'm hearing here in Argyle-Barrington is some challenges with the loan board, which I hope to be able to address in the time that's remaining, but is regarding wharf infrastructure. It's like having a brand new shopping center, but not enough parking spots at that shopping center to accommodate everyone. And that's what we're experiencing here. So just want to hear the minister's thoughts on that. I'm sure he's hearing it from industry, but his comments on that and if he's echoing those concerns to his federal counterparts.
The Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture.
We are definitely echoing that to Transport Canada and to the Minister of Federal Fisheries. It is a serious problem for us. It's one that we're very aware of. And unfortunately, if we spend all the money we have in the province on, dropped everything else we spend money on, including healthcare, education, roads, everywhere, we wouldn't have enough money to fix the wharves in the province. And the Prince Edward Island's in the same boat. And this is an Atlantic initiative. All the provinces are having the same problem. All the provinces are asking them to invest more money in the wharf infrastructure in the province, as it's a huge economic benefit to the province of fishery. And indeed, it's been a big problem, a really big problem. But again, we have no resources to do it. We lobby all the time on behalf of the industry, and hopefully the federal government will put more money into the wharf infrastructure.
Member?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And although it's not a provincial, I guess, direct concern, it is a provincial concern because of the impact that it has on the economy of our province. 39% of our total exports. Just to follow up on the minister's comments there, there's just one zone, one area here. It's I believe probably the western zone of the province is $500 million worth of wharf infrastructure, if memory serves me correctly. So there is a huge need, and I do hope that the minister continues to advocate on behalf of the province to his federal counterparts for this much needed infrastructure needs. I've heard it from a couple different sources that boat appraisals or boat appraisers are difficult to come by, and this is like privates and the roles that these assessors have with financial institutions for insurance acquisition and such things. I'm just wondering if the minister can enlighten the committee on requirements to become a boat assessor, appraiser, because there doesn't seem to be much information out there, and it is a need that has been identified for private operations.
Minister?
I can tell you right offhand, I have no idea, but I'm going to ask my staff, see if they know. But I know it's a problem. The one good thing is we do, sorry, Mr. Chair.
Minister?
One good thing, we do have our own appraiser on staff, but that's only for our own loans. He does, I don't know if he does any part-time work or not, I'm not sure, and I don't really care. But typically it's a naval architect that has to do that. And there's really no designation for it that we know of. And we deal with this all the time. But if a naval architect comes along and makes an appraisal on a vessel, we would take it. Other than that, would have to be somebody that has, I don't know what kind of credentials. We don't even know. So But we do have an appraiser on our staff whom is a naval architect.
The member for Argyle Barrington with 6 minutes left in your hour.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I thank the minister for his response and for consulting with his staff. I find it a little troubling that we have a title of boat appraiser or boat assessor, but we don't know what education they need to become that. Like, can I go on, like, follow a couple of YouTube videos and become that? Like, I just don't know. It'd be nice if there was a standardized approach that if this was what would be acceptable beyond just having a naval architect. Let's go to aquaculture review boards. I'm wondering, there's a process to follow, consultation and whatnot. I'm wondering if there's a disagreement at any point of the process. What's the process at that point then?
Minister.
Well, the independent review panel is totally independent. They are totally independent. Decisions they make are final. If someone doesn't like the decision, they can appeal it to the Supreme Court. They have 30 days in which to do that. It's not something we would appeal, whatever decision they make. And it's up to them to get all the information. It's our job to provide all the information from all the stakeholders, and including our view on applications that come in. We will not forward an application that isn't complete. Saying that, then there's input from experts and the proponent at a hearing. It's almost identical to a Public Utilities Board hearing. I've never been to one and will never go to one as a minister, because that would be a real conflict for me. Our staff go as witnesses that are interrogated by the board, and make sure that all the information, everything is there as it should be. They follow the regulations and rules we have in place for approvals, and taking into consideration all the presentations, pretty well exactly the same as the Public Utilities Board would be. I'm just going to see if we get some more information.
Member.
I believe the minister's seeking further.
Oh, sorry.
Mr. Chair.
Minister.
We have a stakeholder advisory group that we've structured as part of our regulations, and with anyone that has any issues with any of the regulation or anything like that to do can make application or write notes to us, and it'll come before that board for recommendations for regulation change or whatever the case may be. I'm chair of that with Chief Paul from Edmonton, and we have people from that general sort of public, aquaculture people, fisheries people, fishermen. Ecology Action Center was on it for a while, and they're still invited to come. And any other group that would be sort of stakeholders or interested into this. So we do that, and we're doing constant improvements to our system all the time based on what feedback we get and what's going on.
Member for Argyle Barrington, just under 2 minutes left.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'll try to wrap this up quickly. The minister spoke in his opening remarks regarding sport fishing. It's also in his mandate letter from the new premier. is that specifically focused on sport fishing in lakes, or does the minister see it within his purview to explore opportunities such as longline fishing for swordfish and whatnot in the waters off of Nova Scotia?
Minister.
Number one, you're not allowed to longline fish for swordfish unless you're a commercial fisherman. But yes, sports fishing, we've actually dealt with the Tuna Association a lot. We've worked with them a lot, and we'll continue to work with them. Any sports fishing activity we can get involved in, we'll work with the association. I know there's an interest in halibut fishing, and there's some interest in that, but it has to be under quota, existing quota. That DFO would say, yes, we can put that, or a quota holder to make a deal and approved by DFO to go sports fishing for halibut, which would be a real ball on the hand line. I've done it myself a few years ago when you didn't need a license to do it. That was quite a few years ago. But any opportunity we have with sports fishing, we're very interested in. If you have anyone that's interested, we want to talk to them.
Order, please. The time for the PC caucus has expired. Now recognize the NDP caucus, the honourable member for Halifax Needham, for the first 15 minutes before we take our COVID break.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate this opportunity to be here and have this opportunity to ask questions. Just a quick clarification, following up on some conversation that happened last week when you were appearing as the Minister of Agriculture. You spoke with the member for Kings North about the Avon River, and I just wanted to confirm, are you working to find a solution that would involve keeping Lake Pessaquid and maintaining its water levels?
Minister?
Yes.
Member?
Okay. Thank you. And you said that the community wants the freshwater lake, and I'm wondering if you could just expand a little bit on who exactly you mean by community. Is it the communities of the entire watershed? Is it the town of Windsor mainly?
Minister?
Mr. Chair, I'll answer this question, but this is really an agriculture question, not a fisheries question. But I will answer the question. It's a whole community of Windsor, Falmouth, any place that will be flooded if the abattoir isn't kept in place, or a new one, preferably a new one put in place with fish passage would stop a lot of the problems that there's a lot of concern about.
Member?
Thank you. And you said last week that the protest has not been helpful. Can you expand on that? Not helpful to whom?
I think, Minister, I don't know if you want to answer that, but this is, as you mentioned, going into the agricultural side. So I'll leave it up to you if you wish to answer.
I might as well answer there because it's only come up question period anyway. If you know, the stakeholders have been worked with for a long time, all the stakeholders, and we really just need to come to an understanding what needs to happen. The applications have been put into DFO for a new abattoir that addresses the fish passage in a major way, which the existing abattoir does not have. It was never designed for it and can't be put in it in any sensible way. So if the stakeholders at all levels were to get together and agree on what's going to be there, that area, that abattoir protects over $300 million of infrastructure, including farmland, including buildings that will be underwater, and also a very valuable farmland that would be under salt water. That and incomes of farmers and part of our food security and safety. At the same time, we have to be very careful about our fish stocks to make sure we maintain them absolutely the best we possibly can, because that's a very important part of our economy and part of the ecosystem too. So sort of roundabout answer, but that's really what the issue is.
I would ask from now on that everyone please keep their questions confined to the topic we're discussing today, which is fisheries and aquaculture. The honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Well, I have one last question, which is just about the fish passage, and I realize that this is more fish that relate to federal jurisdiction. So again, I'll leave it to the chair and the minister. But I'm wondering if you've seen the proposed design for the upgraded abateau, and if you're confident that it allows for adequate fish passage.
This will definitely be the last question if the minister wishes to respond.
Yes, I'll respond to that. I haven't seen the final design because that's something that the experts are, and in our department we have staff that are very capable of that. They're dealing closely with DFO on it and the Department of Transportation and looking at the best technology that's available today put in place to do that. And we feel that we have that's there now in the proposal they put forward. Now, DFO may come back with some amendments or changes they want to do that. If they want to do that, that'll be fine too, and we would make those changes.
The honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you. Just about the Federal Aquaculture Act, there's quite a national conversation happening around aquaculture, and sometimes the conversation seems oddly disjointed between British Columbia and the East Coast. The public comment period for the Federal Aquaculture Act closed in February. What input has the provincial department been asked to provide?
Minister.
Well, we've been aware of that for a very long time. There's been a topic of third minister of fisheries now federally, and that have put that forward, that have talked about this act. We originally, in all the provinces, agreed to a light federal aquaculture act. In other words, an act that represents recognizes the province as their control over aquaculture in their areas, with an overall arching standard of operation or standards that would have to be in place that we already have in place anyway, and around the environment or around all kinds of different things. But we do not want the federal government to take over aquaculture in the province of Nova Scotia. It's been a disaster in BC, absolute disaster. There's no other way to put it. Nobody's winning out there. It doesn't matter who you talk to. It's not been done very well. It's just not good what they've done.
Member.
Thank you for that. So my next question was: do you expect to see federal jurisdiction, the federal government taking up regulatory authority for aquaculture in Nova Scotia? I'm understanding that you don't want to see that happen. When do you expect, I guess, that we'll have greater clarity about that?
Well, we've been very, very clear. All the Atlantic Canada has been very clear. And actually, there's aquaculture even in the prairies. And they've been very clear as well. And other parts of inland aquaculture. None of the provinces except BC, and they admitted at a couple of meetings we're at, they're sorry they ever got the federal government involved in it. And it's pretty well all the provinces are in favor of a light aquaculture act with general overreaching principles that we think would be very positive. And if they stick to that, I think it'd be a great idea. If they come into the provinces and decide they're going to take over aquaculture, it'll be a very difficult problem for all of Atlantic Canada, if not all the whole country.
Member.
Thank you for that answer. The last time we were here at Budget Estimates, you said that there was no tracking of the Dwell-Leahy report because the department never had an implementation plan and the recommendations weren't binding. And that, in fact, your regulatory regime exceeds what was recommended by Dwell-Leahy. Is that still your view? Does that reflect what you would say today?
The Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture.
Well, we call it the independent report. It's our report, not their report to start with. And it's like any government report that comes in. But if you check what we've done against what that independent report was, you'll find that we've, in a lot of cases, gone well beyond what was recommended. In other cases, we've accomplished what they've recommended. And in very few cases, we have done not everything they requested. Some of the things are impossible to do. All the other things were done. So we've got a really good record on this one, really good record. And because of that, we've got the best regulations, we feel, probably in the world around aquaculture. Just one second.
Minister?
Staff just reminded me that near the end of the report, the independent report indicated that no checklist, and they were very clear about that, about their report. And as I've said, we've exceeded or met or not been able to do some of the things which are almost nothing that was in that report that we haven't done. But there is no checklist requested in the report. And when the report comes into government, the government deals with it to the best of, and use any report to assess what we're going to do. And a lot of really good work was done in that report that we put in place. And I'm glad we had the report, let's put it that way.
Member for Halifax Needham with less than 5 minutes before we take our COVID break.
Thank you. A demand letter was sent by Eco Justice, a law firm working in the area of environmental law, on January 12th to the Departments of Fisheries and Aquaculture and the Department of Environment. Part of it reads, and this is a quote, "Despite promises of increased public transparency and accountability, it is clear that neither of your departments has meaningfully altered its approach to the regulation of aquaculture in response to the Dwell-Leahy report and the reformed regulatory scheme by facilitating ongoing violations of the Fisheries and Coastal Resources Act and the regulations, and by continuing to deny affected communities their right to weigh in on Kelly's Cove salmon's lease expansion applications. The Department of Fisheries and Aquaculture and the Department of Environment are fundamentally undermining their own regulatory scheme and subverting the rule of law," unquote. The demands in this letter concern ongoing lease and license violations at 5 aquaculture sites operated by Kelly Cove Salmon, and they requested a response to their letter by March 12th. I'm wondering if you could give any update on your response and any actions you've taken since receiving that letter.
Minister, with under 3 minutes left before our break.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'll be upfront and honest with this whole thing. We did receive the letter. I don't know when we're going to respond to it. A lot of inaccuracies in the letter. We are indeed the most open and transparent aquaculture operation in the country, if not in the world. You go on our website now and you'll see more information posted there than's ever been posted ever before. Every time we get a FOIP pop from somebody wanting information, we automatically put all the information on the website. We started doing that about a year ago. The violations you're talking about violations are boundary amendments. The boundary amendments haven't made them to the independent review panel yet, and they will deal with the boundary amendments. Whether they allow them, don't allow them, whatever they're going to do, that'll be their choice based on the information provided. So the information in that letter is not very accurate. and they really haven't done their homework, to be quite honest.
Member with a minute and a half.
Maybe because I have read the whole letter, I'll just ask a clarifying question. Is it appropriate or acceptable to the department and within the regulatory regime for an aquaculture operation to an aquaculture operation to operate beyond its boundaries when that when there hasn't been a process to apply for an adjustment to its boundaries?
Minister.
Well, the whole process took us quite a while to put in place, as you can imagine, because we want to do it properly. It's in place now. I can't tell you when it will go to the review board because that's not my decision. Once I allow an approach to, or an application to move forward, that's the last thing I have to do with it. So the system is in place to look after this. It will be looked after, and we had to give the company time. And because of the delay we had in getting all this set up, it took a long time to make sure it was all set up properly. It is now. I don't know where on the process it is, but maybe if I get just enough time here, I can ask my staff where that's at.
Minister.
The first hearing on that will be in May. That's the first finfish aquaculture site, and that's a boundary amendment, and that's already in the public domain.
Order, please. The time, another hour has gone by, and following COVID protocol once again, we'll take a 15-minute COVID break, returning at 6:06.
Mr. Chair, can I just talk to you offline for a sec? You muted yourself. I mean, everybody can listen, but they don't have to. I'm a little confused because we have a lot of members in the chamber right now. And I understood that video had to be on only for those who are counted as quorum. So maybe you can direct any of our ones observing to turn their video off so that we know who's meant to be in and who's not, if that's okay.
That's fair, yeah. So if those people are still there, those that are part of the committee, have your video on. Those that are not, video up, please.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Order, please. The subcommittee of the whole on supply will come back to order. Just a reminder again, we mentioned this offline before, but anybody that is participating in the meeting, you're asked to please have your video on. Those who are not participating, just leave your videos on. With that, we'll go back to the NDP caucus with their final 45 minutes. The honorable member for Halifax Needham, you have till 6:51.
Thank you very much. So to get back to my question, we were talking about the demand letter, and I appreciate your answers related to that. I did want to know what the status is of the Nova Scotia Aquaculture Regulatory Advisory Committee. The minutes posted on your website began in August 2015 and end in June 2018. So is that committee meeting? If it's continuing, can you make minutes available? And if, yeah, I've got a bunch of questions related to it, but maybe I'll stop there and see maybe you'll address them.
The Honorable Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture.
Thank you. Just 1 second here. We have the committee is still active. We took a pause because of COVID. And just 1 second, I'll give you more information. Mr. Chair.
Minister.
Thank you. There actually was a meeting in 2019 as well, and we're going to have a meeting in May of this year, and we can't post a meeting minutes until we have the meeting in May to approve the minutes of 2019. That's why they're not posted.
The member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you for that. I'm sorry, what month did the meeting happen in 2019?
Minister.
What month?
Minister.
We'd have to check the exact date, but we'll get back to you before the meeting's over.
Member.
Thank you. I would like to know, and I think that the role of that committee is important enough that it would make sense to have to have minutes on the website. I appreciate if the minutes haven't been approved yet, that is important. But who could you update us on who is on the committee, and do you have representation from all the groups set out in the terms of reference?
Minister.
1 second.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, actually, on our website, there's a list of all the members of that board, and the terms and references are under there, and it's under the province's, under the department's laws and regulations. It's all there.
The honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you. Thanks very much. We'll go looking for that. Under the terms of reference for the committee, there is a list of outcomes, and that includes a comprehensive review at 5-year increments. Can you tell me what the status of this is?
The Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture. Minister.
Actually, we're doing ongoing changes all the time to the regulations. I'll just give you a couple of examples. We instituted an institutional license. So if, say, Dalhousie University wanted to put an aquaculture site in to do some research, we can license them to do that, or some other organization. Those aren't long-term leases. They're for a specific amount of time for a very specific purpose. And that could be done with a company or without a company. It could be a company that does it in cooperation with the community. It can be all kinds of different ways to do that, but it's not a permanent license. The other thing is we're changing some regulations around traceability of escaped fish based on our traceability committee, which we have worked very hard to come up with a system which we're going to implement, and also our experiences that we've seen as well, to keep fine-tuning this all the time, to be more accountable and more tuned into actually what goes on in the field, to the point of making sure that our regulations don't allow things to happen that shouldn't be happening.
The member for Halifax Needham.
Just to clarify, the comprehensive review of the aquaculture regulatory framework at 5-year increments is part of the terms of reference of the Nova Scotia Aquaculture Regulatory Advisory Committee. What you just talked about sounds like work that is happening inside the department, not at that committee. So will the committee be conducting a regulatory review?
Well,
The Honourable Minister.
the things we've changed, those things, some of them would have been discussed at the meeting. And anyway, they have an input into all those things, but I'll just double check that. But I'm not familiar with this 5-year review.
Minister.
Well, actually, our advisory board goes through this all the time. Every meeting we have, we talk about changes that we're looking at, changes that they would like to see. It's a very open dialogue, and it's as you'll see by our members on that committee and where the people they represent, it's a pretty robust committee, and it has led to some significant changes in our regulations, and we'll continue to do that as we move forward.
The member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you. I have some questions about the voluntary guidelines for securing sustainable small-scale fisheries in the context of food security and poverty eradication. This is a set of guidelines to which Canada is a signatory, and I'm wondering if you're aware of them, and if you've taken a look at how you could take responsibility for advocating for Nova Scotia being in compliance with these guidelines or collaborating with the federal government on them.
Honourable Minister. Minister.
Thank you very much for the question. We're familiar with that, but again, this is a federal initiative, and the only way that we can do this, and it has not come to the federal table with the provinces and territories and the federal government yet. Their process, and if it's going to be a fishery that allows people to get food, almost like the livelihood fishery that the Mi'kmaq are talking about, that's something that DFO would have 100% regulations over, not us, because they control all the harvesting activities. But we will bring it forward. It has not even brought forward a call to the table, the federal, provincial, territorial table, which is sort of weird when they put it in place.
The member for Halifax Needham.
Thanks for that answer. Your mandate letter does mention fisheries in the context of school food. Are you looking at getting more fish and seafoods on the menus in our schools?
Minister.
Yes, in the schools for sure, and any other public institution we can. It's a very healthy food, and it's a food that young people should experience at a school. It's a little bit more complicated to cook it in some cases than maybe some of the agricultural products we have to make sure it's handled properly. But that's not an issue, because most people that work in these school kitchens are very excellent providers for their family and excellent cooks. So that's something we're definitely very interested in.
Member.
Thank you. Nova Scotia regulates fish processing, including buying. Do you have a list of all processing plants and their ownership in Nova Scotia? And is that a list that we could access?
Minister.
Just have to check here. I think it's on our website. Just one second.
Minister.
Yes, the companies are obligated under our act to let us know who the owners are of the company. Any change in ownership, we have to know. That information is publicly available. We can make it available to the committee, but the only information we can release is the name of the company and the species they have the license for. We can't provide any contact information under the Privacy Act that the federal government has. So,
Member.
Thank you. I know that, there's a moratorium on issuing new processing licenses, and there has been for a number of years, and you talked about that with my colleagues in the last hour. Since there's been a moratorium on issuing of new licenses, is corporate concentration in the processing sector increasing?
Minister.
I don't think so. From what we've seen, that we get applications for everybody that changes ownership or anything. It's there's been a number of ownership changes, but I think probably a couple of consolidations, but not a lot. Not a lot. Not what you would think. It's just an ongoing, evolving situation, and that hasn't changed. That sort of. From my knowledge and the number of years I've been in this, it really hasn't changed that at all.
Member.
Thank you. Would you know what the average wage is of people working in fish processing?
The Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture.
Well, that's a question that's different for each fish plant, but I know the ones that I talked to, and I talked to a lot of them, they pay well above minimum wage. Just a second and see if I can get some kind of number on that.
Minister.
Yes, my staff doesn't know any better than I do, but I know for a fact, and they know for a fact, that typically the wages in a fish plant are greatly varied because they have accountants, they have engineers, they have all kinds of different people working on them besides the people working on the floor. And the people working on the floor in fish plants are paid well above minimum wage, all kinds of benefits that they never used to have in order to keep them in their fish plant, because it's a very competitive market out there to get good workers and workers that are skilled. And when I visited fish plants, all the workers are extremely happy. They like what they're doing, and it's an interesting place to see. You can't go visit them now, of course, because of COVID, but there's nobody there that's sort of doesn't look very happy. They're all very happy workers, and the employers typically look after their employees very well. And one of the employers that's in the province said one time, someone asked him, he said, have you got any bad employees? He said, no, I've got all good employees, just sometimes the job that they need to do isn't the right job for the employee. And they move the employee to another position that they're happy in, and then that particular company has no trouble at all collecting and holding staff. And that's typically the case in these plants. They're in rural areas, they're paid above very well, and their benefits are very well.
The member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you for that answer. I know certainly from conversations with the old Natural Resources Standing Committee and elsewhere, including at I think one of your conferences. I know that finding labor, meeting the labor needs in fish plants is actually a challenge, and I'm wondering if you.
Minister?
I had to ask the people that knew. We had actually 314 temporary farm workers. The number of plant workers is 7,000. In the province of 4.5%. So it's a very, very low number.
Member?
Thank you. You are the Minister of Agriculture as well as the Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture, and I've had this conversation with the Federation of Agriculture about temporary foreign workers not being in receipt of MSI coverage, not being covered by MSI, and I'm wondering, I assume that also in fish plants, temporary foreign workers are not covered by MSI, which I think results in an extra expense to the operators of that plant, but it also can be, dangerous for those workers. Would you support expanding MSI coverage so that temporary foreign workers are covered?
Minister? Minister?
In the province and under the federal regulations, the person or the company that hires the temporary farm workers has to have a medical plan for them, and that's part of the federal requirements. And if you want any more details about this is a question I asked on behalf of the industries, the Department of Health, and got a response that you should ask the Department of Health for the answer on that, because they're the ones that decide how that works. And there's reasons why they don't put it under MSI.
The member for Halifax Needham with about 20 minutes left in your hour.
Thank you. As we've already referenced, you do regulate regulate fish, the buying and selling of fish products, and oversee the legislation related to that. Those regulations stipulate that buying and selling must be in accordance with the terms of a license from the minister. For Mi'kmaq harvesters exercising their right to a moderate livelihood, this has meant that they cannot sell their catch. You've referenced the communication from Federal Minister Bernadette Jordan earlier this month, announcing that she would be confining moderate livelihood fisheries in this province to DFO's commercial seasons. And I'm going to just quote a unified response from the 13 Mi'kmaq chiefs in Nova Scotia. They wrote on March 5th saying, "Your letter and announcement this week have failed to meet the constitutional duty to consult, do not provide for minimal infringement, and do not accommodate the fishing rights of the Mi'kmaq. No science or evidence has been provided to justify the imposition of commercial seasons on our moderate livelihood fisheries." Given this statement, I think it's fair to presume, and indeed, I think I I've heard people speak to this, that they would be of a view that provincial laws that prohibit buying and selling based on DFO issued licenses are a second infringement on the right to a moderate livelihood. And I'm wondering what conversation, if any, as Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture, would you consider asking Minister Porter to extend the
Minister?
I believe, and I could be wrong with this, I believe it's already been announced they're going to extend that moratorium. I believe it has been. We support that moratorium.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that clarification. Under the Trump administration, a US-China trade war developed that benefited Nova Scotia seafood exports. I've seen it reported that the 25% retaliatory tariffs by China on imports from the US resulted in a 36% drop in US seafood sales to China. And of course, you have talked about the development of the Asia market. I think the changing political climate is another potential risk that is well beyond the abilities of Nova Scotia to control. So I'm wondering what you anticipate the impact may be of the Biden administration or of Canada and others taking a strong stance on human rights violations by China.
The Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture.
Well, to start with, I'm no expert on human rights. I mean, I leave that to our trade has increased while other parts of Canada's trade has decreased during the unfortunate ongoing jailing and other activities that have been going on between Canada and China in particular. So we've been fortunate, have not been affected, and that's because of our former premier who went and talked to China, as I have, and
always productive. Provide any update on that hoped for, but in some quarters, marine protected area?
Minister?
The comment I can make on the marine protected area is that pretty well the whole community in that area is against the marine protected area. DFO didn't do a proper job of consulting with the community. They told the fishing industry one thing and then turned around and said that to some areas they weren't allowed to fish in. And DFO didn't believe it. The former minister and I told him what was happening, what was going to happen. He went to a public meeting they had, and the fishermen, all the fishermen, and not only the fishermen, but a lot of the community went and expressed their extreme. That's why the thing has gone quiet over time. DFO figured they'd just come in without proper consultation put in place. The community was happy about, and they look at this as the same scenario again. Those views of the community known to the federal minister, successive federal minister do. I would think they're going to wait till after the next election. That's my guess. That's just a guess.
And heard some conversation with regard to wharves, condition of wharves. Obviously, we've had a great deal of divestiture of what would have been federally owned infrastructure and wharves, and divested to not-for-profit organizations within our coastal communities. Usually what happens in that divestiture process is that there's, prior to the transfer, there's a grant given and kind of a cleanup done. I've either the harbor.
Anything, forget it. Place, they'll upgrade the wharves in an area. and leave them, you know, and still have them usable by everybody that's traditionally used the wharf. So as that expands, that could help some, but it's not going to cure the problem. The real answer is to get the
and the provincial government to sit down at the table at the same time and try to talk.
Minister.
Yes, you're making a very good point, and one that we often talk to the different harbor authorities on. And some people don't apply for money when there was money available to get the work done, and that wasn't their fault because the wharves are in pretty good shape, and they figured they're okay, and they get the money when they needed it. And now that the money is harder to get, they're paying the price for it, which is not fair and not right. You know, I tell, that's exactly what I tell you right now is, you know, if there's anything we can help with, we send letters of support all the time for harbor authorities, outline how important it is to the economy, not only Nova Scotia, but to Canada, to maintain these wharves. And sometimes that, you know, they listen to us and make some money available. I would suggest the best way to do that is to work closely with your MP and see if the MP can get funding another way to help with the wharves. And I know the chair is probably going to ask me the same question with the wharves in his area, but and everybody that has a wharf. So it's a really difficult situation, but the federal government simply has to address it. It's that simple.
The member for Cape Breton Richmond with 2 minutes left.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, thank you, Minister. You know, I like to think of myself as a solution-oriented, proactive, as opposed to reactive individual. And it's confounded me that, you know, I have not been able to find a solution to this like mammoth problem that's obviously growing. You know, when your roof starts to leak, it doesn't get any better. It only gets worse from there. So when wharves start to fall apart and breakwaters start to fall apart, it only gets worse from there. And obviously with our climate change and more severe weather patterns, we are even further at risk. So I guess, Minister, if I may ask just one last thing, what would be a commitment would someone from your office be willing to commit to come in on meetings on a couple of areas that I'm having some difficulty with, and to be able to help to liaise with that problem?
Minister with 45 seconds.
The answer is yes. We'd be only too pleased to do that. Hopefully we can get better results. I'm as frustrated as you are. Let's put it that way.
Member, 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No time to ask any more questions, but I just want to say thank you to the Minister and his department. I know that the last year has been challenging for all of us, and I appreciate you being willing to assist in this matter. So I'll be reaching out to your department. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And that concludes the next hour of questioning. And I think we had briefly gone over what we were doing prior to. So we have 15 minutes left before our COVID break. Minister, I don't know if you can do your closing remarks in those 15 minutes or not, but the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I can definitely do in those 15 minutes. If you let me know when I have about a minute and a half left so I can read my resolution, I'd be pleased to do that. I don't want to miss doing that because I'd be in big trouble with my staff if I didn't. Well, I really appreciate the questions that were brought forward today, and the concerns that were addressed by my colleagues and all parties were real and indeed things we have to address and work forward to finding solutions. And we have to find new ways to do things. And one thing that we've been doing, I mentioned aquaculture as a solution for the some of the problems on the wharves. And those are innovative approaches, and that's private money that we can get that doesn't cost the taxpayers money, and indeed would help resolve some of these problems. So as we move forward and look at different things that we can work on together, That's one of the things we can do. But when you look at where we've come with the fishing industry in the last 7 years, 8 years, we made tremendous strides, and not just our department, but the overall industry. We've seen a major attitude change. We've seen a change on how we do business, a better quality approach to our products, a highlight of that, a willingness to work together with our department, with industry, with the communities, to make these positive things happen in the community. These jobs that are careers, I've stopped using jobs. I really talk about careers now in the fishing industry, are real. You can take a young person that can buy a boat, and we've managed to put programs in place that protects the province from bad debts, and also at the same time protects the young people that want to buy, for instance, a fishing license. We've made it possible through our loan programs. And that didn't happen by accident. It's a lot of work we did. We worked with the commercial industry, talked to them. Our staff come up with, and our loan board, which is appointed and actually runs the loan board, is very proactive, a lot of experience. So those things are very important to us. We have the young people take over from either their parents or from someone that they worked with that has built a retirement fund, and hopefully can make a good dollar when they sell their license, so they can retire and live a decent life after retirement. And a young person make an investment in something that in a quite short time, depending on the catches, of course, can have a very lucrative income for the rest of their lives. It's hard work, it's hard business. But again, if you work hard in the industry, you can make a very good living. And that's very positive. And the more marketing we can do to get the higher value for those products, the better off we are. So it's been, a privilege for me to work in the industry all this time. And there's a lot of challenges, there always will be. I think we have a lot of opportunities in aquaculture. We, as I said earlier, we have in the queue, if all these are approved, there may not be, who knows, about $500 million worth of private investment. That's totally private investment, none from the province whatsoever, no loans from our loan board, none of that stuff on top of anything else that may be done. And the industry itself, the commercial fishing industry, the processing facilities now, but the moratorium we put on licenses have now got a better idea what they can do. And there's been millions of dollars invested since then in upgrading technology, equipment, labor saving devices in their plants, traceability, all these things that we really need to do to grow the economy. And the more we work on that, and the more we make strides, the better off we are. It's coming to the day but technology is really taking over. And where they used to have maybe 100 people cutting fish on a fishing line, which you would see with wet and damp and all that stuff, probably going to have 1 or 2 people, 1 person to maintain, or 3 people, 1 person to maintain the machine, 1 person to maintain it in the off shift, and the other one to operate it. That's what we're coming to. And we're coming to that not because we don't want to employ people, just because you can't find the people. But those jobs are very well paid and with great benefits and all the wonderful things we want for every one of our citizens in the province. So it's an evolution of what's happening. We're working on a cost of production program that will also affect the fishing industry to keep a detailed cost of what your ongoing day by day, minute by minute costs are to run your facilities. What it costs for your power, what it costs for your fuel, what it costs for labor, everything in your business. And if you ask anyone in business if they had that kind of tool, they would jump at it in a minute, because that's what makes money and doesn't make money. So if you can identify where you're losing money, you can make some changes, good changes in your business, and become more efficient, more profitable, and indeed identify things that you typically didn't realize that were happening. I personally went through that in my own business, and I luckily found a good accountant, and he showed me very quickly things I should do to improve the profitability of my company, and I instituted them, and it really did work. So these things that we're looking at, we're basing all our decisions now on real science. We're doing research that had not been done before. We don't do research anymore for the sake of research. We identify problems and do research to resolve the problem. We've taken a completely different approach in how we do business. This is about this agriculture, fisheries, and aquaculture business. And I'm not here to talk about agriculture today, but it's all the same. We make decisions based on science and good business sense. And when you put those two things together, all of a sudden, you've got an environment that people, number one, want to invest in. They want to get employed in it or own the operations, whichever they choose for themselves. In this country, we have opportunities to do that. And to grow as big as you want or stay as small as you want. And those are the kind of programs that really help. And as we talk about all this and we see the change, and we talked a lot about aquaculture today. Aquaculture is the future. Over 50% of all seafood consumed in the world now, I think it's up to 54% now, is aquaculture. And it's going even further all the time. And as that is perfected, and as the efficiency is one of the most efficient type of food production in the world, it's way ahead of almost anything else. When you look at how much it costs to feed the chicken, is the closest next thing. They're about 2.2 pounds of food for every pound of protein you get out of the chicken. Salmon and trout runs between 1.1 and 1.2 pounds of input to give 1 pound of protein. And the protein from chicken is very healthy. The protein from salmon and trout are even healthier with the omega-3 oils. So there's all kinds of positive things. On the other side of that, we're going to make sure we look after the environment when this is happening. And we're doing that. We monitor all the time. Our department is invested in a boat. We can go to any kind of weather to visit sites, take enforcement people out, also for our veterinarian to go or our scientists to go and do checks. We've invested in an ROV that we can dive on the sites with an ROV without a diver, take samples, videotape what's going on, whatever we need to do. And that's all investments we made since I've been minister. We've also have a state-of-the-art lab, a fish lab, one of the very few fish labs outside of DFO in Atlantic Canada. And our chief vet, fish vet, is one of the top authorities on fish health in the world, when you think about that. And he's the one that has directed and moved our industry along on such a solid base. And he has very capable vets that work for him. I know I was talking to a young person who was working for Hope for Wildlife. They come to my property to release some foxes and have a big property next to mine. And the young girl was saying that she was going to become a vet. I said, did you ever think of becoming a fish vet? She didn't even know there was such a thing. And that's our fault. We should be telling young people about these interesting careers. And a fish vet right now in Nova Scotia, there's probably openings for 20 or 30. That's no exaggeration. I know the aquaculture sites, I think Cook employees, I talked to one of their vets one day, and I think they got somewhere between 7 and 15 fish vets on staff. So they don't fool around with this stuff. They're very serious about fish health. And our vets do all kinds of things. They work in the commercial industry. They work in the aquaculture industry, the whole gamut. And by our act, if there's any kind of disease that's tracked, the veterinarian that works for the companies, either the contract ones or strictly for the companies, by law has to report anything like that to us in a very short time period. And then our vets will go in and take samples and verify if indeed what the vets are thought about, the company vets or the contracted ones, is accurate. And if it is accurate, accurate or not, they will do their own investigation. Whatever they find out, that's what we'll look after, and that's what we'll do. So it's been a big change in the last 8 years since we started. And you go back to the young people. We need young people to stay in this province. And on an aquaculture site, average wage is $58,000 a year. In rural Nova Scotia, that's a lot of money. and rural Nova Scotia. And with all the benefits, I mean, all the benefits, all the healthcare benefits, everything you can imagine. So they're serious about keeping that and looking after their staff, and the turnover in staff's almost zero. So when you look at all that, you see all these things happening and how they have affected the economy in local areas. I traveled to Norway and talked to councillors in one of the municipalities there, and had a very frank discussion with them about finfish aquaculture. And they had been an oil town, and the oil dried up, and they went to aquaculture. And at the conversation at the end, they said the oil company's treated us really good, was no problem. And Norway, I think, is the second greenest country in the world. And here they are, they have aquaculture and oil drilling. Doesn't make any sense if we listen to people that are anti everything. But it's true, they are. And they said aquaculture is the best thing ever happened. They said they train the local people, they hire the local people, they pay really good money, they cause absolutely no problem at all with the commercial fishery. They work with the municipalities to help the municipalities with offsets they do. If the municipality needs something in the community they can't afford to pay for, the aquaculture organization will come in and help them do that. But working with the community. I went to Tasmania and met with the industry there and the people in the community, and they said they have which we mandate here as well in Nova Scotia, advisory committees in the community. And they said first it was you know, what's going on and all this stuff, and they found out they really got a working relationship going on. And at the end of it, they said the meeting sort of went from what's going on, you know, complaints about stuff, and they said they had noise complaints. So they said, when's the noise?
Order, please, just to make the minister aware, 1.5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. What the complaints were, and they said, well, what time of the day is a noise problem? And some pumps they had to run, and they would run them when the community wasn't a problem. But they really did work with the community. So with those few words, I think I better read my resolution, or else my staff will not be too happy campers. So resolve that a sum not exceeding $19,493,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses with respect to the Department of Fisheries and Aquaculture pursuant to the estimates. I so move. You're on mute.
I apologize for that. You've heard the motion on resolution E9. Would all those in favor show your consent by saying aye? Contrary minded?
Aye.
The motion is carried. And we've reached again our COVID break for the evening. We still have another hour to go, and this will give us time during the break to have the Minister of Communities, Culture and Heritage join us, and she'll have the first hour for her opening remarks. So we're back at 7:21.
And I'm here now, Mr. Chair.
We still have to take the break though, Minister.
That's fine. Just
See
so
you
that
at
you know we're ready
7:21.
to go.
See you at 7:21. Karen, are you on there now?
Yes, hi.
Okay, Dave Ritchie is waiting to get in, and he's been waiting for a while.
Oh, okay. Okay. He's supposed to email like James or me,
Oh, okay,
and
okay.
then we just tell Ledge TV to let him in. So
Oh, okay.
he's one of your support staff, is he?
No, he's one of the MLAs.
Oh, right. Of course he is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll text him right now.
Thank you.
Okay.
I believe he just entered there.
He's in now. He's
Hi,
in now.
sound
Karen.
check. It's Claudia.
They probably heard me.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, Claudia.
Thanks.
Everybody remember that old commercial that was like, can you hear me now?
Ben, I love your bow tie.
Thank you. I got my my Bill Nye on this morning.
Wow.
Liz got it in England. It's got bicycles on it.
Oh, very nice. Very nice. My dad always wore bow ties.
I don't wear them very often, and I was doing some spring cleaning the other day, and I found it, so I said, why not?
We're going to go live in a minute and a half.
Break a leg, Suzanne. It's always fun doing your first estimates. You'll be great.
Thank you, Gordon.
And all you guys be real hard on her, okay? Real hard on her.
You don't want to bring out the German in me, do you?
Order, please. The subcommittee of the whole on supply will now come to order. We are now meeting to consider the estimates for the Department of Communities, Culture and Heritage as outlined in Resolution E2, which reads, resolved that a sum not exceeding $117,098,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect to the Department of Communities, Culture and Heritage pursuant to the estimate. So now we'll recognize the Minister, the Honorable Minister of Communities, Culture and Heritage. We have 1 hour for your opening remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And it's a pleasure to be here. And I usually sit where you sit. I've sat there for many years chairing estimates. So I'm on the different side of the table this time. So good evening, everyone. I'd like to begin by acknowledging that we are in Mi'kma'ki, the traditional territory of the Mi'kmaq people. I am pleased to be here today to highlight the work of the Department of Community, Culture and Heritage, and to speak about our priorities for the year ahead. Before I proceed, please allow me to introduce the members of my senior team who are joining me here today. With me is Dr. Casa Munro Anderson, the new Deputy Minister of Community, Culture and Heritage, And to my right, your left, would be Rebecca Doucette, the Director of Financial Advisory Services. I'm also surrounded by an amazing team of professionals. The mandate and work of community culture and heritage is fundamentally about investing in the people of Nova Scotia, in their communities, their businesses, their ideas, culture, and heritage, health and well-being, and the ties that bind us together. Our goal is for Nova Scotia to be a place where culture, identity, expression, and economy prosper. A place that is known for strong, empowered, and vibrant communities, and a strong, creative economy. Where more Nova Scotians have access to opportunity for healthy, active living, we are working to address systemic racism, advance cultural diversity, and increase initiatives to promote and preserve and celebrate Mi'kmaq culture and heritage. As a department, we are working to ensure equity, diversity, and inclusion are fundamental to our decision-making and our programs and our hiring. Through our programming, we are making important investments across the province. In fiscal year 2021-22, 76% of the CCH budget will be invested directly in communities through our various programs. This represents about $89 million flowing to communities through libraries and museums, recreation facilities, arts and culture organizations, professional and aspiring artists, businesses who want to make their premises more accessible and welcoming, organizations that are working to reduce poverty, and so on. The COVID-19 pandemic and the necessary public health orders to combat it had a profound impact on our sectors in 2020, and it continues to be. It canceled performances and season schedules. Theater stages went dark, music venues silent, and galleries, museums, and libraries empty of visitors. Box offices shut their ticket windows. Tour dates vanished. Musicians, performers, and artists were deprived of audiences, and audiences were deprived of seeing, hearing, and experiencing their art. Recreation facilities closed or reduced hours, and that seriously reduced access. COVID-19 canceled, delayed, or altered seasons for various sports and led to the postponement of two major sporting events: the North American Indigenous Games last summer and the IIFHF Women's World Hockey Championships last winter. Not to mention hundreds of smaller events in communities across this province. No matter how big or how small the event, it impacted somebody. COVID-19 also impacted community organizations across the province and their ability to provide their services and programming, as well as to find volunteers and to fundraise to support their very worthwhile efforts. And as you know, Mr. Chair, many of our volunteers here in Nova Scotia are seniors, and seniors were very affected and the most susceptible to the COVID. And so without their services, our communities lost quite a lot. Our culture and heritage sectors, communities, sports and recreation sectors, archives, museums, and libraries, and community organizations contribute a great deal to our province and its people in so many ways. They are also important contributors to our economy. According to the most recent Statistics Canada data, culture and sports contribute $1.08 billion to Nova Scotia's gross domestic product in 2018. These two sectors created 15,571 jobs. And that is 2018 statistics, Mr. Chair. I imagine the numbers are even higher today. I am proud to say that the sector served by community cultures and heritage showed amazing resilience, determination, and creativity in coping with the challenges of COVID-19. In many cases, they pivoted to offer online performances and programming. We did our best, and we continue to do our best to support them in those efforts. And I'd like to think that Nova Scotians did their best too. For example, Celtic Colours moved its entire internationally celebrated music festival online, and many musicians embraced a digital approach to sharing their performances. Libraries, galleries, and museums offered enhanced online programming to families and others isolated in their homes. Throughout this challenging past year, our staff at CCH and those at African Nova Scotian Affairs, the Office of Acadian Affairs and Francophonie, and the Office of Gaelic Affairs have worked tirelessly and collaboratively with organizations and individuals to support them and to help them adapt to our current reality. CCH helped stakeholders pivot to address the COVID-19 reality, and what a reality that was, Mr. Chair, and its impact on their operations through a move to support online performances, new fundraising approaches, and new ways of providing their services and performances. We also advanced already approved operating expenses more quickly to assist stakeholders with their cash flow. And we were very quick, Mr. Chair, getting that money out the door initially to some of our stakeholders who really were at a loss at how they were going to cope. And we worked with our clients and our federal funding partners to develop COVID-19 related support programs and funding. Combined with funding from the federal government, CCH provided millions of dollars in emergency support to our sectors this year to assist arts and culture organizations, community organizations, sports organizations all across the province. In November, our Culture and Heritage Development Division announced the COVID-19 Emergency Support Program for arts and culture organizations. In total, 89 arts and culture organizations received $2.1 million in funding as a one-time grant. Applications closed in early December, and by late January, the grants were flowing to organizations. I think that was a pretty good turnaround, Mr. Chair. During the pandemic, the department has also offered other programs to support arts and culture organizations, including a digital stream through the Creative Industries Fund, and more than $898,000 invested in 55 projects. Among those funded was Mermaid Theatre of Nova Scotia, a well-known award-winning international touring company based in Windsor, which received $30,000 to support Mermaid TV. A new digital project designed to showcase professional puppetry productions and engage children, parents, and educators through online puppetry construction workshops. The funding helped them purchase equipment and software that employ artists and technical staff. Among the other projects were $5,000 for the Cape Breton Music Industry Cooperative Live Stream Project and $8,000 to the Lunenburg Dock Festival Association for a virtual Dock Fest. Arts Nova Scotia also created a new COVID response stream to support professional art groups and organizations to enable them to continue to work and participate in the arts community in the context of COVID-19. A total of $56,000 was distributed to 12 organizations through this grant. In addition, Heritage Canada distributed $1.9 million to 100 community museums through the Museum Assistance Program with one-time emergency funding, including $655,000 to our provincial museums. As importantly, our culture and heritage development staff regularly reached out to stakeholder organizations and individuals to help inform them regarding the impact of COVID-19, the related health protocols for their input regarding funding programs, and to be supportive, a supportive ear for their concerns and issues. Our community's Sports and Recreation Division also regularly reached out to the sports and recreation sectors and to community organizations to assist them in dealing with the impact of COVID and to keep them informed regarding the implications of COVID-related health protocols. Last April, the province announced $1 million in funding for the United Way organizations across the province to help meet the needs of the most vulnerable Nova Scotians for food and shelter. The United Way administered the investment on behalf of 5 provincial United Ways and worked together to ensure registered charities serving marginalized people and applicants from regions without a United Way were able to access funding. And I have to say, Mr. Chair, I worked myself with the United Way in Bridgewater because we wanted to ensure that the nursing homes received their tablets. And we were able to use some of their statistics and we worked collaboratively with them to make sure that the nursing homes got the right number of tablets so that they could communicate with their family members. And I was so impressed by how easily they collaborated, had their statistics. They knew how many were needed in each nursing home and right down to how many should be in per wing of a nursing home, Mr. Chair. And that kind of work saved other organizations that you would probably have to pay someone to go in and do all that work. And that was done as a charitable participation program for them. Through that investment, 17,156 people were provided with food, medication, cleaning supplies, and other personal need items. 6,143 people provided with social, emotional, or personal support. 868 people were provided with transportation for such needs as medical appointments. 668 people were provided with shelter and housing supports. $28,037 was spent on delivering costs for food, cleaning supplies, personal items, and medication. 1,387 people assisted individuals with self-isolation. 815 people provided with access to technology. CCH also worked with our partners to provide $1.36 million to address COVID-19 food initiatives by partnering with organizations like Halifax Meals on Wheels and the VON's Frozen Favorites to help hire staff, buy food, and make meal deliveries. And Mr. Chair, you're probably familiar with Meals on Wheels. They're across the province. I know many Lions clubs participate for one thing, and the VON in these programs. And usually they are mostly worked with volunteers. But as you know, as I said earlier, many volunteers, because they were seniors, were not available to help out in the volunteer ways that they normally are. So it was important to be able to have some people who are paid to work on it, or to reach out and find new volunteers that were available. In response to a request from Legion Command, CCH also provided $100,000 in additional one-time support. Of that total, $75,000 is to provide support to help the Legion branches stay open and operational at a time when they needed it most. And I know also many legions took up with the opening funds that were available to organizations to get started with their PPE as well. An additional $10,000 went to Legion Meals on Wheels programs, and $15,000 in support went to Veterans Farm Project, which gives military veterans access to environmental rehabilitation through working on a small farm. And communities, sport and recreation helped distribute $3.75 million from Heritage Canada to assist provincial sports organizations impacted by COVID-19. 81 provincial sports organizations benefited from this support. Likewise, our archives, museums, and library divisions also reached out to our stakeholders in the regional library system and in the provincial and community museum sectors to offer support, advice, and assistance. The impact of COVID on Nova Scotia's provincial archives, museums, and public libraries varied. All institutions were closed from mid-March to late June 2020. I remember having a tour recently of the Nova Scotia Museum and with one of my staffers, and they were sort of reliving where they were a year ago, and they were setting up for their new exhibit. And I went down to take a look at it a couple weeks ago, and they were saying, "Oh my goodness, this just is deja vu of last year." Wondering, here we were all excited about the March break, and boom, the shutdown happened. So they were really looking forward to providing programming this March break, and I understand it was quite successful with the uptake. All three institutions transferred a significant amount of information and programming to online formats. Museums and libraries even became distribution sites for free, reusable cloth masks, distributing more than 500,000 masks across the province, while some libraries hosted pop-up COVID-19 testing sites. CCH provided financial assistance in a number of ways. Together with community services, CCH offered $500,000 in one-time funding that enabled public libraries to invest in technology to help them ensure communities have continued access to internet and digital services devices. As part of last year's budget announcement, the province also introduced a $500,000 library development fund to encourage the development of innovative library programs. This year, that $500,000 was repurposed to assist 16 libraries to adapt their spaces and their programming to COVID-19. The funding also helped mitigate the financial pressures caused by COVID-related costs. African Nova Scotia Affairs the Office of Acadian Affairs and Francophonie, and the Office of Gaelic Affairs kept in regular communication with their stakeholders, providing support, advice, and assistance. In particular, African Nova Scotia Affairs worked closely with the Association of Black Social Workers, the Health Association of African Canadians, and community groups who were instrumental in keeping COVID-19 cases low in African Nova Scotia communities. These groups joined hands with the African United Baptist Association, the African Canadian Services Division, the Nova Scotia Health Authority, the Department of Community Services, and African Nova Scotia Affairs to form a COVID-19 impact team. That team, Mr. Chair, provided a foundation to help government effectively communicate the COVID-19 emergency procedures to people of African descent through culturally appropriate communications, community involvement, and Afrocentric graphics. Communities also led initiatives to further spread the information, including Facebook town halls with medical officers of health and other health officials, social media partnerships with community influencers, printed flyers, and posters as well. These pandemic leaders in the African Nova Scotia community are examples of some of the many ways Nova Scotians who stepped in to assist their fellow citizens over the past year. Here are just a few among the many that our department engages with and supports. The King's Volunteer Resource Centre in New Minas operates a provincial volunteer linking website, volunteernovascotia.ca, with annual support from CCH. In May of 2020, the centre partnered with the province to retool its website to recruit essential service volunteers. Over a period of a month in the late spring of 2020, volunteernovascotia.ca saw 224 people step up to volunteer. 605 applications for volunteer positions posted on the website, and 6,000 new visitors came to the site. And Mr. Chair, I've gone on that site myself. I encourage you and other members of the legislature to go on that site, and anyone viewing. It's a great resource for nonprofit organizations. Anyone looking for a volunteer, you can go in and register as to be a volunteer or to be a receiver of volunteers. So I would encourage all of you to try and check that out. It's a great resource for your constituents as well. Since 2016, the mobile food market has hosted markets in communities throughout Halifax Regional Municipality that face barriers to accessing fresh produce. A team of 2 staff and countless volunteers loaded the produce and traveled every week to communities, allowing people to access healthy food where they live. In the early weeks of the pandemic, the mobile food market quickly expanded their services and began to deliver emergency food hampers to seniors from Sheet Harbour to Enfield to Herring Cove. With support provided by the province, they delivered more than 1,000 hampers and 4,000 produce packs with the assistance of more than 170 volunteers. And Mr. Chair, I think you're hearing volunteers quite a bit in my talk here today, because volunteers have really been vital in any of our work at CCH. Many of the organizations who apply for grants are run by volunteers, and you're hearing about how important volunteers played a role in the COVID and the pandemic recovery, and also helping people to cope. And I must say, I was the privilege to be able to see the new mobile food market. They came and they did a little promotion in various locations. They went to the Grand Parade and they came down to the legislature, and I visited the mobile market and was able to talk with the staff. And it's so clean and it's set up perfectly. They helped design it, and it will go a long way to helping them serve the communities. They have a great voucher program, and it's a great way for people to get healthy, fresh, and local food. And it's done shameless. Nobody has to feel ashamed. It's such a welcoming place, and I encourage anyone who is in some kind of leadership role to make a visit with the mobile market. You'll be very impressed with the work that the employees do and their volunteers. At the outset of the pandemic, the Reserve Mines Senior Citizens and Pensioners Recreation Club rallied to support vulnerable seniors in their community. With support provided by the province, 13 volunteers in several rotational shifts worked 45 hours a week to cook, package, and deliver 144 meals 3 times per week to vulnerable seniors and adults in their communities. The team at South Shore Public Libraries, led by Troy Myers, nimbly shifted their services within days of the shutdown to ensure the entertainment, education, and recreational needs of the citizens of the South Shore continued to be met during all phases of the pandemic. They arranged for curbside and bookmobile pickup, online registration, and the distribution of take and make craft kits for children. And Mr. Chair, South Shore Public Library serves the communities of my constituency, and I must say they really communicated well during this period. They were great with social media and putting ads in local media sources as well. And they got the word out so that people could enjoy the services of the South Shore Regional Library. From speaking to individuals and partners in their communities, the staff at Pictou Antigonish Regional Library knew that as much as people wanted their services, they also wanted people to connect with, especially the staff. The Pictou Antigonish Regional Library CEO, Eric Stackhouse, made it a priority to connect his staff with community members and to show them how the library as an organization was being safe. Not only did the regional libraries reopen, but they increased their opening hours in 2 of their largest library branches to 7. They also introduced some new services, including their successful author series via Zoom. And Mr. Chair, you being an MLA and would know how important libraries are to our communities. It's just a valuable service for people who are lonely, people who are intellectuals, people who just want to have a quiet corner to read a book or to socialize with people. And I remember in early days, when libraries were a place, there was no talking, there was no music, there was no giggling or laughing. And many of us who've gone to university, you tiptoed around the libraries, and they've just changed. And they're hubs now for communities. There's all sorts of activity going on. There are book clubs. There's so much exposure to technology, and for many young people, it's a place they go after school. It serves as it's not childcare, but often a lot of children find that a safe place to be if they don't want to go home to an empty house. And they've been well accepted in many communities. Many communities actually run programs for after school programs. But also, I think during this time period where many parents were working from home and also doing classes online with their children. It, having these libraries have these services was a saving grace for many of them. It gave them a little bit of a break, but also provided activities like the pickup crafts that the Scotia Public Libraries offered. And it's wonderful to see that our staff at our libraries were so creative at this time. Now, moving back again to talk about financial support provided by the department and the province. Other COVID-19 related support included an investment of more than $6 million to complete shovel-ready repairs and updates at Nova Scotia museum sites. This investment will help repair and restore again infrastructure so that our museums can welcome more visitors in years to come. And Mr. Chair, some of these museums were in great need of this infrastructure help. Among those museum projects is $1.5 million in additional support for the redevelopment projects at Highland Village in Iona, Cape Breton. Its first upgrade in almost 20 years. You must be hearing about that good project, Mr. Chair. A new welcome center, new washroom, updated landscaping, and interpretive signs will improve the visitor experience. In addition, Highland Village, the Museum of Industry, is having its roof replaced. The Acadian Village is getting $150,000 for repairs and painting. Perkins House will be ready to open this summer. And Sherbrooke Village is installing energy-efficient heat pumps. These are just a few examples, Mr. Chair. In an effort to bolster the spirits of Nova Scotians and keeping with COVID-19 protocols, the iconic Blue Nose 2, and I must give a lesson right here because some of my staff are shaking their heads, but I recently heard a lot of presentations on Blue Nose's 100th anniversary, and it is Blue Nose, not the Blue Nose, and I know it's an easy habit and it rolls off your tongue, but Blue Nose is the name of the vessel, so it's like we don't call you the Baines, we call you Mr. Baines, and same with Blue Nose, we call her Blue Nose. So in effort to bolster the spirits of Nova Scotians and keeping with the protocol, Blue Nose 2 sailed into 30 Nova Scotia ports and passed near to so many in a unique tour fit for times dubbed Sail Past Summer. And Mr. Chair, I was consulted quite a few times when they were proposing this event as the MLA for Lunenburg, where Lunenburg is the home port for Blue Nose. And it was a really exciting project. And I know Minister Glavine at the time was quite excited to hear about this program because it was a great spirit lifter. Due to COVID-19, the 20-person crew created a Blue Nose bubble for training, maintenance, and sailing the vessel throughout the summer. Visitors were not permitted on board, and there were no harbor cruises with passengers. Seeing the ship sail along our sea-bound coast helped our communities remember that as with all storms, the sun will shine again. But COVID-19 was not the only challenge to our province in 2020. We also faced the horror of last April's Portage Peak tragedy that tested the strength and resilience of Nova Scotians in many ways. This year's volunteer awards honored our province's 13 Mi'kmaq communities and all our municipalities, towns, and villages with Lieutenant Governor's Community Spirit Recognition plaque for their efforts during this trying year. A new award was introduced, the Nova Scotia Strong Award. It was given to recognize the deep level of caring that Nova Scotians demonstrated towards each other. The award was presented to 6 individuals who organized the Nova Scotia Remembers online tribute to commemorate the 22 Nova Scotians lost in the April 18th and 19th tragedy here in our province. While COVID-19 had a major impact on the Department of Communities, Culture and Heritage and our stakeholders, as it did all Nova Scotians, it did not define us. The department had a number of achievements in 2020-21 that were unrelated to COVID-19. Primary among our achievements was our ongoing efforts on equity, diversity, and inclusion initiatives. Our department's guiding strategies, the Cultural Action Plan, and Count Us In, commit to working with all communities to address systemic racism and discrimination, and to embed equity, diversity, and inclusion into all our programs, policies, and practices. We are also guided by the corporate Altogether Diversity and Inclusion Action Plan. A number of initiatives are underway both in our culture and arts programs we offer and within Community, Culture, and Heritage Department to address these systematic issues. Here is just a few of them. Art Nova Scotia, Arts Equity Program, is designed to help both emerging and established professional artists from designated communities to access funding support. The designated communities of artists include Indigenous, culturally diverse, and artists who are deaf, have disabilities, or are living with mental illness. Creative Industries Fund's digital project offers funding to cultural businesses, not-for-profits, and social enterprises to adopt digital tools and innovations to manage through impacts related to COVID-19. The program supports projects that fosters the work of Nova Scotia's diverse artists, arts groups, and organizations. In order to qualify, they must demonstrate how the project fosters growth of Nova Scotia's diverse and inclusive creative sector. The Screenwriters Development Fund provides investments in script writing costs for film and TV projects. This supports the creation and development of film and TV script projects from Nova Scotia filmmakers that develop Nova Scotia filmmakers, writers, and producers, and projects with help to advance and or to promote equity, diversity, and inclusion. Supports for agencies, boards, and commissions, otherwise known as the ABCs. Government is seeking to diversify the membership of agencies, boards, and commissions, and to help create an inclusive culture. In 2021, our library and museum boards have completed EDI workshops, and more are planned. And I want to just put a little note in here that is the person coming from the Human Resources Committee before becoming a minister. We often found that some of our boards and agencies were lacking membership. So we're hoping that this kind of training will serve well for finding people for agencies, boards, and commissions. Also open people's eyes to finding people who qualify for the boards and put a different lens on membership on these boards and committees. So sometimes it's harder to fill because we're using these different lenses when we're choosing people for on these boards. But we think it will strengthen the content of our boards in future years to come. Treaty education. CCH actively participates on the Treaty Education Implementation Committee, led by the Office of Lenon Affairs. The Mi'kmaq Cultural Activities Program supports specific treaty education initiatives, including funding community groups and organizations to promote and preserve Mi'kmaq culture and heritage. The Diversity Roundtable. CCH is currently co-chairing the Diversity Roundtable for all government. This interdepartmental forum provides input and advice on corporate EDI initiatives, such as policy reviews, training, and anti-racism resources. Another achievement marked this year was Premier Ian Rankman's announcement in March of a $3 million compensation fund to accelerate the efforts to address a legacy of systemic racism related in land ownership in historic African Nova Scotia communities. This fund will be used to resolve cases that involve parties with competing claims and help speed up efforts under the Land Titles Initiative, which was established in 2017 to provide clear title to residents of the communities of East Preston, North Preston, Cherrybrook Lake Loon, Lincolnville, and Sunnyville. They all qualify under this initiative. And we know, Mr. Chair, there are other communities who also are looking closely into this program right now, and there'll be more uptake in future years. In December, CCH provided 2 initial grants to support the launch of the Ecosoni Transit Service, the first transit service operated by a Mi'kmaq community in Nova Scotia. And that's in Cape Breton, Mr. Chair. The funding helped with the purchase of 2 vehicles, a 9-passenger van offering door-to-door service in the community, and a 20-passenger bus providing a fixed route service between Ecosoni and Sydney. The investment came from the Accessible Transportation Assistance Program, designed to help organizations buy or modify accessible buses or vans. The province invested more than $2 million through community and accessible transportation assistance programs in 2020-21. Under the recently announced reorganization of government departments, these programs have moved to the Department of Transportation and Active Transit. I will miss that staff, Mr. Chair. They've brought great opportunities to communities through their programs. And I myself was involved in one for the South Shore with getting a link from Halifax to Bridgewater, Mahone Bay, and Lunenburg with Maritime Bus. And I was so impressed at the time, and I still continue to be impressed. Another important community infrastructure investment announced by our department recently was $1.2 million to renovate a former convent and residence in Mabu to create a satellite campus of the Gaelic College. This fund will transform the former St. Joseph's Convent and Renewal Center into a refreshed facility called Mabu Hill College. The campus's offering will include a foundation year program, an executive certificate in cultural organization in event management, and an executive certificate in music for students. Students will receive credit recognition for courses through the Cape Breton University. Okay. CCH also invested $5 million to help make our province's sports system more inclusive and accessible. The funding will also support more diverse and representative sports leadership model, promoting coaching opportunities and programming for women, Mi'kmaq, African Nova Scotians, and people of African descent, people of color, and those who coach people with physical and intellectual disabilities. We will see a $2 million investment in kids sport, $2 million to increase access to recreation facilities, and improve access to equipment. 500,000 for parasports and 500 to support equity in coaching. This past year, we also saw a major announcement regarding the new art gallery of Nova Scotia. In November, the team of KPMP Architects with Omar Gandhi Architect, Jordan Bennett Studio, Elder Lorraine Whitman, Public Work, and Trans Solar was announced as the winner of the International Design competition for the new art gallery. The new art gallery will reflect the importance of art and culture in our lives and in our communities and our economy. The new gallery and the Arts District, located on the Salter Block, the Halifax waterfront, will be a transformative designation for all to experience. Work also continues in an effort to help accelerate the land titles work, and in addition, necessary legislation changes to push that work forward. We have invested an additional $300,000 to support this work in 2021-22 and have created 2 additional community navigator positions as they play a critical role in supporting community members and to access the resources needed to gain clear title. The new fiscal year also sees the transfer of authority for the $25 million Nova Scotia Film and TV Production Incentive Program from the Department of Inclusive Economic Growth to CCH. We're pleased to have the new authority. CCH manages the fund and the relationships with the other creative industries, so we collectively understand the importance of the sector, Mr. Chair, and the possibilities, especially in light of the favorable climate that exists in Nova Scotia at the moment. Our budget will also see CCH invest $1 million to support food security initiatives, including nourishing communities to assist Nova Scotia's most vulnerable residents access healthy foods and to encourage food literacy. Our work on improving our grant programs at CCH will also continue. The year-long COVID-19 pandemic required us to reassess and reconsider some of our priorities. But I am proud to say that my staff at CCH rolled up their sleeves, embraced the new virtual world, and saw every challenge as an opportunity. The team of 50 staff complete phase 1 of the program improvement project. While addressing the need for emergency support for our sectors, the team mapped all 80+ programs to identify gaps and overlaps among the programs and supports. Staff are also working to make more collaboratively across divisions, to work more collaboratively among divisions, so that if we can't support an organization in one fund, we can try to make that happen through another fund. We believe our approach in this initiative aligns very well with the program review announced by the Premier. We are looking forward to phase 2 getting underway in the near future. I am proud to serve as the Minister of Community, Culture and Heritage. Every day, I see the passion and commitment of CCH staff and the hundreds of community organizations we work with. This past year, COVID-19 challenges have been daunting at times, but I have been amazed and impressed by the resiliency and creativity of our staff, our stakeholders, as we work cooperatively and collectively to address the challenges head on. It remains important to speak to the various initiatives and projects that were funded by our government through Community, Cultures and Heritage over the past year, and I wish to highlight some of these. But it is impossible to announce on a provincial scale every single project that receives support. And oftentimes, we hear about the larger scale projects. Before and during my time as Minister of Community, Culture and Heritage, I've been witness to countless incredible projects that our government has funded through our regular offered programs across the entire province. Within our department, we previously held a community transportation file, Our government knows how important it is to have access to safe, reliable, accessible transit. There's no doubt that connected communities save lives. We have incredible transportation providers across our province that work diligently to provide services on a daily basis. From fixed route options to point, our communities are now connected more than ever before. Accessibility plays a very integral part within our department. Over the past year, staff worked diligently to administer both the business and community accessibility funds. This saw a number of accessible renovation projects throughout our province. Some of these big projects include over $6,000 to the Friends of the Big Brassador Hall, $10,000 to Bus Stop Theatre, and over $26,000 to Mashup Labs in Bridgewater for accessible upgrades. Our government has an ambitious but important goal to be accessible by 2030. And I look forward to continuing to advance this work while I serve as the minister. Sports and recreation plays a vital role in the life of our province. The benefits of physical activity are well known and understood. We all know being physically active improves our overall health and well-being, helps us to cope with the day-to-day stresses, and supports the ability to live a long and fulfilling life. I am proud that we are moving along with the goals of Let's Get Moving, our plan to encourage more Nova Scotians to move and more to sit less. This past year, Make Your Move was successfully launched with a focus on middle-aged women, like myself. Make Your Move is a public awareness campaign that encourages people to include small bouts of movement in their daily routines. I am proud that through our municipal and Mi'kmaq physical leadership program, we are supporting 44 staff positions throughout Nova Scotia, servicing 43 municipalities and 9 Mi'kmaq communities. These leaders support their communities to develop and implement community-wide physical activity plans. Here in Nova Scotia, we are change makers in sports. We are proud to support Sports Nova Scotia and our provincial sports organizations to advance the important work that they do. The promotion of women and girls in sports is an important piece of work we do here at Community Culture and Heritage. That's why I'm so proud to share the news that Amy Walsh, Executive Director of Hockey Nova Scotia, has just been appointed the newest member of the National Hockey League's Female Hockey Advisory Committee. Amy continues to make all of us very proud, and I look forward to following the work she will do on this committee. While these are all very important funding initiatives I have outlined from our Community Sports and Recreation Division, it is only just the surface of the funding that has been distributed to community groups all over the province. Mi'kmaq Cultural Activities Programs is a panel review.
Order, please. I'd just like to make the minister aware that she has 5 minutes left in her hour.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This work directly aligns with our cultural action plan, and I am proud to work alongside extremely diligent public servants who take this important work seriously. This past year, we saw projects such as $15,000 to support the Confederation of Mainland Mi'kmaq for a Mi'kmaq History Month video series, and $20,000 for the Winter Maui project. This is just one example of the important programs that our community division makes a big impact to a community. One other project I want to highlight came from our communities division. During this past year, the Matrix Code, helping young Nova Scotians connect to the workforce, is a priority for our government. We know that African Nova Scotia youth face systemic barriers to entering the workforce. Matrix Code is a step towards creating a future where every Nova Scotian has equal access to job opportunities here in our province. By the way of removing barriers by providing opportunities for African Nova Scotian youths to learn code and access wraparound service and connect to the workforce in a growing sector. While funded by multiple departments, Community, Culture, and Heritage, in conjunction with Department of Community Service, provide $40,000 through Building Vibrant Communities. There was a video that was produced that highlights the important project, and I encourage all those listening today to view this online. As you can see, the department is a multifaceted, very vibrant. This work continues on to our Culture and Heritage Development Division, which is home to one-time emerging Culture and Heritage Initiatives program. This program's goal is designed for organizations that primarily focus on cultural and heritage development. This program is also available to organizations partnering with specific culture and heritage interests, providing they are working to build capacity or fostering innovation with Nova Scotia's culture community, or if they are working to support a cultural development within diverse communities. Prior to my time as minister, there was a commitment to build Blue Nose, to support Blue Nose Centennial. Blue Nose is an important file within the department, and it is the pleasure of a lifetime for me as the member of Lunenburg to serve as minister during this important year. The most famous ship in Canadian history, Blue Nose was in a league of its own, both as a racing and fishing vessel. Canadians have carried it in their pocket for decades. It is the image immortalized on the Canadian dime. It connects us all to the sea and to the skill and hard work and teamwork needed to sail through any storm. But also, Blue Nose is a symbol of community. It wasn't just shipwrights and sailmakers, but people from the entire community coming together, making all the materials needed to build a world champion schooner. So this centennial, we celebrate 100 years of Blue Nose's reign, and we are also celebrating the determination and spirit founded in communities across this land. A determination and spirit that stretches way back thousands of years here in Mi'kma'ki. Is my time up, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, it is. Sorry. Yes, it is, Madam Minister. I apologize for that. I hit the mute button.
Oh, okay.
That concludes our 4 hours of debate on estimates for today. What we'll do is pick everything up at the next time we meet, and we'll continue with the PC caucus with questions to the minister for 1 hour at our next meeting. So thank you all for participating today. We'll see you again very soon, I'm sure. The positive word is 8 hours done. Good night, Al.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now we gotta go back to the other, I have to go back to the other